I'd like to welcome all of you to day 5 of Blue Tech Week, which is in one regard always my favorite day because we've had an incredible week of aqua optimism. But it's also nice to come to the end of a long, productive week. We talk about TMA Blue Tech as a network. We're primarily focused on solutions. And while we have touched on various problems in the course of this week, we've had hundreds, companies talking about solutions. And I think that is very important. I mean, policymakers need to understand what's the realm of the possible, and we need to discuss the issues we need to address and figure out how we do that in the most economical, efficient way as quickly as possible. The ocean and this earth need our hands, and we at TMA Blue Tech believe that aqua optimism is an important trait. We don't want our children to be so downcast at the problems that we have created that they don't feel that they have a role to play, because quite the opposite. We need to be working with them, and they are our future. So I'm going to adjust my camera for a second. I'm going to do a quick recap before we get to Craig Mclean, who's going to do the introduction for Rick. And we've had 4 great days. In total, we've had 663 attendees as of 5:30 Pacific time this morning from 37 countries. So really an enormous international outreach. We have been bringing you aqua optimism all week, and I hope that you will walk away from this and figure out how we can all work together to promote that same aqua optimism. Day 1 was our cluster convening, which we do every year. We had a number of clusters from Latin America, Europe, the United States. And then in the afternoon, we had some forming clusters in Asia. And one of our really important efforts is to reach out to developing clusters around the world. As we say, we're trying to create a regional blue voice, and we think clusters are a critical component in bringing together the Triple Helix, education, academia on the one leg of the stool, industry as a second leg, and then policymakers writ large, NGOs, elected officials, economic development folks, military, anybody that influences policy really need to be at the table talking together. And they often have different things that they're immediately interested in, but where we intersect is identifying problems and solutions, economic growth, and jobs. And so we need to have everybody at the table talking, and I think every year Blue Tech Week, that's something we're always proud to do. So Monday was our cluster day, and then on Tuesday we had 2 tracks running. We had the Applied Ocean Sciences. We started with Dr. James Green, the Chief Scientist of NASA. Again, industry, academia, and government coming together to discuss applied ocean science for a sustainable blue economy, of course, with a background of the decade of ocean science, which was excellent to hear about. We then also had the Workforce of Tomorrow, which we do every year. We started with James Delgado, Senior Vice President at Search, Inc., but formerly head of underwater archaeology for NOAA. And he's a great storyteller, and he talked about why we need to be telling stories and how do we bring technology and needs together, how do NOAA and NASA work together, how do we work with citizen scientists. Again, set the stage for a great day of discussions, including the unveiling of our the Blue Tech Aqua Optimism curriculum that we helped put together with a group outside, and it's a TK through 12 curriculum that we look forward to sharing around the world. Day 3 started with John Bell, the Director of Healthy Planet in the European Commission. John is always a great storyteller, but he told an incredible story about the European Green New Deal and the 5 moonshot missions that they're going after, one of which, near and dear to our heart, is the mission Starfish. If you haven't read it, please look it up. It's easily downloadable. And in it, it calls for a ocean and water policy for the EU, which would be hopefully implemented in 2021 and take effect from 2022 to 2030, which of course is a great overlap with the decade of ocean science, but again, it's ocean and all aspects of water. And by 2030, having a Office of Ocean and Water Policy, water agency for the whole EU. So bringing together every aspect of water. We then had panels on robotics and sensors, offshore energy, aquaculture, and water, wastewater. Day 4, we started with Vice Admiral Charlie Ray, who's a great storyteller in his own right. Charlie and I had been speakers in Naval War College, and he came to visit with us. We showed him a number of companies. He's been a great proponent of blue tech and an agency like the Coast Guard, which never has enough resource to do all the things we want them to do. He's been I would say the Coast Guard has been really terrific. They've created a blue technology center of expertise in San Diego, and it's a great entryway for anyone that wants to show the Coast Guard new technologies. And then, although he could not be with us after his pre-recorded message, Captain Tim Brown and Wendy Chavez were with us and did a great job answering our questions. We then had panels on smart ports and shipping, cleanup of the ocean and protecting the ocean, water, wastewater, and we had some spotlight sessions, which were wonderful. One was on COP26, presented by the UK Consulate. Incredible speakers on that. We then had a State of California Policy panel moderated by State Controller Betty Yee, who has been with us for 4 years, great proponent of the blue economy and blue tech. And then other special spotlight sessions, lab to market, digital twin, and then on ARC GIS visualization. Incredible 4 days. For all of you that are signed up, you can go online, and for the next couple of months, I think 6, you'll be able to look at the videos as well. I want to thank our exhibitors, our attendees, our speakers, and of course our sponsors. Without you, we could not do this. Particular thanks to the IUS program, Ocean Pact from Brazil, and the Port of San Diego, who were particularly large sponsors. But of all of our sponsors, we could not do this without you. And I'll do another special shout out to our cluster partners, those from the Blue Tech Cluster Alliance and the international cluster partners from Taiwan, Korea, and Japan, all of whom felt the work we're doing is important and were willing to be financial sponsors. As we all know, the city of San Diego, the county of San Diego, the Port of San Diego, like most institutions, have been impacted negatively by the COVID and were unable to fund us the way they have in the past. So the stepping up of those that could was very, very much appreciated. As I said, all panels will be accessible via Whova, our program app. We did find that there were some kinks in the desktop version of Whova. Hopefully you'll get all your questions in and you'll be able to access all of this. To view today's sessions through the Whova app, you can watch through this break this morning as a continuous feed. We're using Microsoft Teams, but there is one point that we're using another program. It all has to do with technical reasons. But look at the program if you have any trouble in order to be able to come back in. After the break, you will need to access the agenda again to view the last 2 sessions. And then at 12:30, we will end. And yesterday we had a kind of a happy hour, and at least one person on the East Coast popped a beer. But we want to just thank all of you. For anybody who'd like to stay around and give us ideas for next year, at 12:30, we will come back together. Well, today is the last day of the 2020 Blue Tech Week, which is our 12th annual Blue Tech Week. We know it's only the beginning. It's the advent of the decade of ocean science. It is an advent of the European Green Deal and the work that they're going to do. And because of our relationships with the clusters in Europe, I know that we will have lots of opportunities, both for our member companies and for the clusters and other organizations that we're working with. This is a very exciting time to be focused on ocean and water. I think we've come from a place a desert land, a wasteland of funding for these areas. I think that's going to change. I hope the new administration is able to take advantage of the expertise and connections of people like the clusters that exist both in the United States and around the world, and that we can really go from strength to strength as we come out of this COVID period. In Europe, a lot of the investment to come out of for reinvigoration of the economy, you're trying to figure out how do we go forward. And it's turned out that in the European Union, they see the blue economy and blue tech as one of the most important ways for them to come out of the out of this difficult time that we're in right now. Thank you all for being with us. Without any further ado, what I'd like to do is just introduce Craig Mclean. I think you all know Craig has been very gracious with his time in the course of this week. Craig is the Assistant Administrator for Research for NOAA. He could not be with us this morning, but he did not want to miss the opportunity to introduce Dr. Rick Spinrad, who is a great friend to all of us. But I'm going to let Craig do the honors, and then Rick, we will look forward to your presentation. And if there's any time left over, maybe you and I can chat a little bit afterwards. But we look forward to your presentation. Let's roll the intro from Craig Mclean. That may be one of the world's shortest introductions, Rick. I'm sorry about that.
That's quite all right. Would you like me to go ahead?
No, he's back up.
Okay.
TAC, would you like me to share TAC?
Sure. Thank you.
Hello again. I hope you're enjoying yourself at TMA Blue Tech Week. And I know I've gotten a lot out of it so far, but I think you're going to get a lot more out of our next speaker, Dr. Richard Spinrad. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Spinrad, whom I've known for many years. And I first met him when he was the technical director to the oceanographer of the United States Navy. But Rick's background is quite extensive and very, very relevant to what we're talking about here at TMA Blue Tech. Rick has experience in government, in academia, and in industry, in the commercial sector. And he knows what it's like in order to take some nascent ideas and mature them into a business model. He knows what it's like to lead large government organizations, where he was the head of NOAA's National Ocean Service, the head of NOAA's Oceanic and Atmospheric Research, and where he served NOAA as the chief scientist during the Obama administration. Rick's mark on our achievements and our accomplishments I would attribute all the way back to his roots working with Admiral Watkins when Rick was at CORE, which many of you will be familiar with. It was a Washington-based organization that has evolved now into the Consortium for Ocean Leadership. But Rick had many mentors, but he has been one to me, and I appreciate that greatly. So I welcome Rick and his comments, and I ask you to pay attention to what will probably be a defining moment as you hear where he wants to take us in the ocean's future, and I'm ready to get on that journey and join him. Thank you all very much, and Rick, welcome. The floor is yours.
So thank you, Craig. It's my honor to be introduced by Craig, a friend, a colleague, and mentor to myself as well. Let me also thank Michael for the invitation to come back to Blue Tech Week. I am honored. I've participated both when I was with the government and since then, and this is a real treat. I come to you from my home in the high desert of Oregon. I live in a home that's at 3,500 feet above sea level. A home, incidentally, that my wife and I have named Ulysses Oar. Many of you may be familiar with the story of Ulysses. After he finished his travels around the globe, he put his oar on his shoulder and marched inland till somebody said to him, "What's that thing?" He planted the oar there and lived the rest of his retirement there. And I share that quick story with you because what I'm about to discuss, and I would argue everything that has been discussed this week, is relevant to the broad global community, whether you're living on a small fishing village on the coast, or if you live in a town that's 3,500 feet above sea level, 150 miles inland. And that connective tissue, if you will, is the economy. We're all touched by it, and hopefully in the next several minutes, as I walk through my slides, you'll get a sense of how that engagement for the broad community becomes even larger with what many of us are calling the new blue economy. In the context of the theme of promoting a vibrant, sustainable blue economy, I would point out that this talk is infused with a lot of aqua optimism, to use the lingua franca of the Blue Tech Week. I'd also say there's a touch of aqua realism here. And there's some aspects of building the new blue economy that we have to get our arms wrapped around. And I'll share with you what some of those challenges are within the realm of the possible. So the focus of this talk will be on the policies, but also the people and the products that are going to help us build out this new blue economy. If I could have the next slide, please. The next slide is something of a blatant advertisement. And I share it with you because a lot of what I'm about to talk about is gleaned from a volume that my co-editor and good friend Liesl Hoteling and I have put together. Will be published by Elsevier this winter. We're trying to get it published in time for the World Ocean Summit in March. More importantly, though, the book is a compilation of some terrific perspectives from over 50 contributors, including, I might add, Michael and Melissa from TMA Blue Tech. And the nuggets in this really help define the whole concept of what we need to do to build out this new blue economy. So what do I mean? Next slide, please. For purposes of definition, when I talk about the new blue economy, and there are many people that discuss different definitions of the new blue economy, for the purpose of this discussion, the definition is provided to the right, and there are some key elements of this. The key word is information. I might even argue knowledge. That is to say that we are looking at how to now take advantage of the extraordinary science and technology that has built a capability for extracting data, information, and deriving knowledge to address a whole plethora of not just societal challenges, but economic opportunities, and also to inspire new solutions. So keep that definition in mind as we move forward. Another way to think about this, next slide please, is the use of this knowledge in the context of what some folks call environmental intelligence. So intelligence is based on the observations that are made, whether you're talking about signals intelligence or electronic intelligence. In this case, we're talking about this now robust portfolio we have of observational capabilities, and you've heard about some of that. Observations that have emerged as a result of developments in new sensors, new platforms, the data that come out of those observations that then can initialize models, predictions, forecasts, projections, and I would argue even in the context of forecasts and predictions, nowcasts and hindcasts that can inform any number of decisions. The important point here is to realize that we've come such an extraordinary way. I'm fortunate to have worked in the oceanographic community for more than 40 years, and I know that while we are still a data depauperate community, the abilities to get information about the ocean state and to develop predictions now compared to what it was, say, in the 70s is just extraordinary. If you want to know the sea surface temperature just about anywhere in the world, you can do that now from your desktop anywhere in the world. So the capabilities for observations, data, modeling, predictions have really burgeoned over the last several years and make the development of this concept of environmental intelligence a reality. Next slide, please. So what do we do with this environmental intelligence? What do we do with this information? I share this. I've actually used this slide for a number of years because it is so simple yet so informative. It comes from my friend Ralph Rayner in the UK, and it talks about three sectors. The provider sector, that is to say, those who are acquiring the data, making it available to all of us. Examples are the Global Ocean Observing System, the Integrated Ocean Observing System. I know Carl Goldman, the head of the USIUs, is on a subsequent panel, and we'll talk some more about the provision of these data and observations. I want to jump down to the end users piece for a minute. And the end users are those folks who need to make decisions. Go, no go, buy, don't buy, mobilize, demobilize. So I've used a general set of examples here, such as emergency managers, developers, city planners, but also the private sector. And most of what I discuss for the rest of this talk is specific to the private sector. Folks who have a good idea about developing a proprietary product that has value for, it could be the public health community, it could be commercial shipping, it could be recreation. So if you get those two end pieces, the providers piece and those end users, the missing piece is the intermediaries. Those entities that actually can develop value-added products. In Europe, Mercator, within the Copernicus Marine Environmental Systems, is a good example. There are others out there, but this is the part that probably needs a lot of attention. One quick sidebar I'll share with you. When I worked at NOAA as the chief scientist, we took this model, this paradigm, and determined that between the providers and the end users, the missing piece was the cloud data provision community. So we ended up talking with Microsoft and Apple and IBM and Google and the others about providing the data, which was exactly the thing to do. The piece that we missed was the intermediaries, because the cloud data providers at Amazon, for example, really didn't understand the intricacies of building forecast models for Earth systems. And so that intermediaries piece is the one where the real opportunity lies. The proof in the pudding about the viability of this new blue economy lies in comparator economic sectors. Next slide brings to mind one very specific such sector. It's the private weather industry. So the private weather industry right now is about a $10 billion industry. It's probably got about 10,000 employees in it. I've just thrown a couple of logos up here from companies all over the world. You know these, you probably use their products. You probably have at least one app from one of these companies on your smartphone. The comparator here is that these companies are based on the provision of data from the public sector. So AccuWeather, for example, and the weather company take advantage of the data and the forecast products that come out of, in the US, the National Weather Service, and then provided added value. So if you are a large agribusiness in the Midwest, you want a tailored product. I'll share with you, at one point I toured the AccuWeather watch floor and was enlightened and surprised to see that within one cubicle, there was a fellow whose job was to provide the detailed forecast for a certain section of the New Jersey Turnpike. That was his job. The New Jersey Department of Transportation had contracted with AccuWeather, and they wanted detailed forecasts for their application on when to slow down the speed limit, shut down lanes, all of that. It's a great example of a tailored product. The public service, if you will, the National Weather Service, is not set up, does not have the infrastructure, the staffing to provide a product such as that. But the New Jersey Department of Transportation is willing and able to pay for the tailored products and services. So you get a sense of the sort of domain that exists. Now, I like chiding my friends in the meteorological community by pointing out that if they can build an economic model around three variables, pressure, temperature, and humidity, surely we in the ocean community can do the same and on steroids, increase our capacity enormously. And in fact, the next slide starts to talk about what that looks like. Here are some examples of case studies. I'm not going to walk through all of these, but you can see in any particular case study identified by a short handle there, such as Deepwater Horizon or harmful algal blooms, excuse me, there is a particular market opportunity and a very specific product. By way of example, let me use the Portland grain shipping. If you go to the next slide, what it shows you is that in the lower Columbia River, I'm talking about Portland, Oregon. If you want to get your location, look in the lower right, you can see basically where Portland is. The arrow is pointing to it. Also shown here is a set of model output products that show what the forecasted ocean bottom depth, sea surface salinity, winds, and currents might look like. Why is this important? Well, it's important because grain is the major commodity shipped out of Portland. There are roughly a dozen bridges that these grain shippers have to pass under, and obviously they want enough keel depth so they don't run aground in the river. The river is subject to tidal influences, but it's also subject to hydrologic influences. The Pacific Northwest is an area that gets a lot of rain in the winter, and so the density structure of the water in the river is highly variable. So there you are, the owner of a commercial shipper, a commercial line. You are shipping grain all over the world. You want to know how much grain can I put in my ship to make sure that over the roughly 12-hour transit from Portland to the open ocean, I can clear the bridges, load as much grain as possible, not run aground, and understand the time variable nature of the density of the water that's going to compensate for the keel depth and where the ship sits in the water column. A rather complicated issue. It turns out that there's a number of researchers who have developed extraordinarily accurate forecasts on a 1 to 3 day basis, through 1 to 3 day lead time, for predicting all of these variables. I know this because in one of my previous jobs, I served as the vice president for research at Oregon State University, and we had a faculty member who was putting out exactly these kinds of forecasts as a research product. When the research project ended, that faculty member took down the website with all these products, and my phone immediately rang because the lower Columbia River port pilots had been using these products regularly to advise the loadout and departure times for their grain shippers. This is an example of a marketable, commercializable, monetizable product that is representative of this information-based new blue economy. We could easily spend the next 12 hours giving examples of similar sorts of products. The next slide just gives you a taste for the fact that this isn't just a blackboard exercise. There are people who have been doing this sort of thing, like Mitch Roffer, who started Roffer's Ocean Fish Forecasting Service in Florida to support the recreational fishing industry. Surfline supports the recreational surfing industry, and they are putting out products and selling them on a subscription basis to large numbers of clients. So hopefully I've been able to make the argument that there is abundant opportunity for building out this data, information, knowledge-based economy with an extraordinarily broad set of applications, running the gamut from recreation, fisheries, commercial shipping, public health, on and on it goes. So what's needed? Next slide, please. Well, there's some key elements. If you start at the left, we've already talked about observations, product development, data stewardship, and I would argue we're in really good shape. We are in as good or better shape than the meteorological community was some 50 years ago when their commercial ventures started. We need the market and risk analyses. I suspect Carl Goldman will talk a little bit about the next generation of the economic study that will be done on the market analysis for ocean observations. The first of those was done just a few years ago with some sponsorship, I might point out, by TMA Blue Tech, and the same is true this time around. So this and also similar analyses that have been done by various academic groups and also by various groups in the UK suggests that there's a reasonably robust set of analyses out there. That leaves policies, people, and capital. And I'd like my remaining couple of minutes talking about those elements. Let's first talk about the people side. Next slide, please. So to break it down to the large nuggets, our ability to make sure we've got the people that can build, sustain, and advance this new blue economy invokes educational initiatives. And I'm calling out examples in each of these major bullets of where there are some particularly exciting things going on. So Hans von Sumeren at Northwest Michigan College has taken some very significant creative approaches to building undergraduate degree programs that educate students on how to work in this new blue economy. There are similar education efforts for what's been called the Blue MBA. It started with the work of people like Brad Moran when he was at the University of Rhode Island. So there is a formal education component. There's also a training component, and one of the interesting things is the emergence, one could argue, as a silver lining, if you will, or unintended benefit of being shut in the COVID-19 crisis, of the expansive nature of webinars. I call out the webinars that several professional societies are doing right now: the Institute for Marine Engineering, Science and Technology, the Society for Underwater Technology, and the Marine Technology Society have libraries full of webinars right now. If you want to know what's the latest and greatest in underwater connectors, you can find a webinar that will train you up on the state of the art there. One issue that is near and dear to my heart is this issue of certification. How will we be able to confirm that somebody does have the bona fides to work in this new blue economy? If you are an engineer and you want to get hired to work for a civil engineering firm, you usually need to demonstrate that you've got a PE, professional engineering certification. So the Marine Technology Society is now working to establish a certification program. I'm delighted to report that within the next couple of weeks, MTS will announce the first 3 CMAR Tech, Chartered Marine Technologist certifications that were attained during a pilot project just completed. And finally, the workforce development activity, and I encourage you to take a look at what Michael and his team have been doing, certainly in curriculum development with the Blue Tech workforce piece. So on the people side, there are a number of exciting developments here. We cannot just assume business as usual. where we send people through formal education and assume they'll come out and be able to implement this new blue economy. Let's talk briefly about policies on the next slide. Policies fall into a number of different categories. Obviously, legislation, and we see some very exciting new pieces of legislation. One that I'm calling out here, the Ocean-Based Climate Solutions Act, which includes a whole set of sections on ocean observations, digital coast. There's also executive orders. I am reasonably confident that in the upcoming Biden-Harris administration, we'll see an abundance of executive orders very early in the administration associated with our interest. Agreements. I've called out the Paris Agreement because it's probably one of the most visible and iconic agreements out there that impacts what we do, the ability to acquire and provide information and knowledge about the ocean state will be a critical element of measuring each member state's adherence to the Paris Agreement. But obviously, the Atlantic Ocean Research Alliance, that is to say the Galway Statement, Pisces in the Pacific, these are all very important international agreements that will depend on this new blue economy. And it goes without saying that the UN Decade is going to be a critical program associated with the new blue economy. How that plays out will be interesting to see. And I encourage those of you who have not yet engaged in things like your respective national committee for the UN Decade, take a look into that. In the United States, it's the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine that are taking the lead as the US National Committee. So I've talked about people, I've talked about policies. The last thing, of course, is capital. Next slide, please. And I've got to tell you that capital is a tough one. And I quote my old friend Ned Ostenso, who said, "You can lead with a stick, you can lead with a carrot, but you can't lead with a tin cup." And arguably, we have spent too much time walking around saying, please give us the funding to do this. Something of a tin cup approach. It stands to reason that we would do much better by taking a much more aggressive approach to bringing in capital. And I'm glad Michael mentioned the Mission Starfish document produced by the Mission Board and the European Commission. I want to take just a moment and pull out a quote. Granted, this is specific to the European community, but the quote is general enough about the challenge we've got with respect to capital. The quote says, "Investments in the blue economy are squelched by the often dire needs of the wider economy and redirected to other competing priorities. Available studies on the support of investment towards the sustainable development of the blue economy have demonstrated that in particular small and medium-sized enterprises face difficulties in financing their activities because of higher levels of information asymmetry between them and investors." And so that is our challenge, is to address that information asymmetry, to get the word out, to make sure the people who are interested in making investments understand the return, both financially as well as socially, on building out this new blue economy. I will close with a quote on the next slide. The quote on the left comes from Vinod Khosla, who was the co-founder of Sun Microsystems, who talked about 5 years ago that in the next 10 years, data science and its software will do more for medicine than all of the biological sciences together. Clearly plagiarizing, I would argue that we can say now that in the next 10 years, data science and software will do more for the blue economy than all of the ocean sciences together. And with that, again, next slide, please. I thank you for your time and your attention. And Michael, I thank you for the opportunity to share this perspective with the broader audience. I'd be glad if we have time to entertain any questions or conversation that you might want to proceed with. Thank you, Michael.
Rick, that was a great job, and I'm sure if we were all together, we'd all be clapping, so I'll clap virtually for you. We only have a few minutes, so let me ask you one question. As you referenced, and as we have referenced all week, aqua optimism is our topic, is one of our themes, if you will. obviously the SDGs and blue tech and all working together. Talk to us about whether you're optimistic or not. I mean, how do you feel? You talked about some of the things that are happening. You talked about new executive orders from the new administration. Do you feel that is America in a good spot? Do you feel like we're going to be giving the right kind of attention to the ocean and water? Are you aqua optimistic?
I am aqua ecstatic, I think it's fair to say. Optimistic, definitely. I'm encouraged by many of the ideas I've seen. If I keep my answer specific to just within the US context, I've been fortunate to have been able to participate in a number of dialogues associated with what a Biden-Harris administration might do. We have an embarrassment of riches, of ideas, of enthusiasm, of volunteers who are eager to implement many of these kinds of things. If I come back to one of the points of my talk, the rough spot, if you will, is associated with investment in capital. And you made the point, Michael, about, I think you used the word dwindling public funds. I believe we are rounding a bend with respect to convincing not just the public writ large, but the policymakers of the value of these kinds of products and services. And consequently, I'm encouraged that folks are asking questions about the applicability. I'll just simply wrap up by saying, as I pointed out at the start, I live in a community that is not on the coast. And I regularly have discussions with locals about why they should care about ocean observations. This is a farming community, wheat growing community. They recognize that improved observations in the Oregon coast will help them prepare for their wheat farming activities. And so I am very optimistic about the broad applicability and the potential for the future.
Rick, thank you. I'll just say that if you throw the water in there, they'll particularly care about it. You know, they've got to expand the blue economy so it's all things wet, as we say. You know, you set up the next panel beautifully, and I was honored to be a co-author with from the IU's program, the 2016 report, which was a great honor. And you and I and Zdinka wrote the forewords in that particular document. And that was also the first year, I think, that the European Union did a study on their blue economy. And about the same time, the UN did its first ocean conference. I mean, there's attention is coming to this industry. And now we're going to transition to, I think, a very important roundtable, which is on the size and growth of the blue economy. And it shows how diverse this panel will be. I'm going to just say hello to Miguel Marquez, who will be our moderator, who is at PwC from Portugal and runs their really international ocean-oriented practice. Then we have Ruben Adas from the Formoseano, our partner cluster in Portugal. Dr. Monica Grasso, the chief economist from NOAA. Sigi Gruber, head of her group from DG Research for the Ocean, and Carl Goldman for the US IU's program. So this has been a great segment for us to talk about this size and growth and where we're going. And Jason Scholes is on it, and James Jolifa as well. So we've got an incredible panel of speakers, and I would like to turn it over to Miguel Marquez. Miguel, all the way electronically from, I assume, Lisbon, and Ruben as well. Thank you for joining us. James from Paris, I assume. We look forward to this particular panel. Thank you for joining us. So Miguel, over to you.
Thank you so much, Michael. Are you listening to me well?
We hear you perfectly.
Fantastic. So thank you so much for the invitation, and congratulations for such fantastic week talking about the blue and technology, and with fantastic panelists. It will happen the same here with the size of the blue economy, where, as you mentioned, Monica Grasso, Sigi Gruber, Carl Goldman, James Joliffe, Ruben Adas, and Jason Scholes will share with the audience very important and updated information. And without investing more time, I will ask to Monica to start by sharing with us what is the status of the blue economy in the USA. Monica.
Thank you, Miguel. I have some slides. Okay, it's coming. I can't see the slides, but I can start and while Melissa uploads.
Yeah, they're here.
Sorry, this is the slides.
Tack, if you can advance the slides to the next presenter.
This one. Thank you so much. So I'm very excited with the opportunity to present our work here today. Just to give you a little bit of background on the U.S. social and economic statistics. This is a project that we released the statistics this year on June. And it's a result of collaboration between the Bureau of Economic Analysis and NOAA. And this project, we have been collaborating for approximately 3 years. And it's based on our collaboration on the data that we share, but also on decades of measure the U.S. economy in the U.S. Statistics are measuring ocean dependent activities and industry contribution to the U.S. economy and cover the period of 2014 and 2018. So it's a little bit, no, it's not the most recent, but we're working to have the 2019 release very soon. And just to give you a brief overview of what we define as ocean dependencies. So on this statistics, we include all the activities that takes place in the marine environment, such as marine transportation and fishing, uses essential inputs from the marine environment, like seafood processing, produce goods and services, mainly for use in the marine environment. For example, navigation equipment, and would not take place if not located in the proximity to the marine environment. That would be case of hotels and vacation rental homes, for example. So one of the things you like to focus is that those statistics, they cover not just the US ocean EEZ area, but also the major water bodies such as Great Lakes, Gulf of Mexico, Chesapeake Bay, and Puget Sound. And the most innovative aspect of the statistics is that we are also measuring ocean-dependent activities occurring in inland areas in the US. We develop coefficients, also called partials, to measure the portion of the US economy activities which receive essential inputs from the marine water, no matter how far inland they are. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So here we have the 10 sectors that we provide statistics. We also have data for more than 40 industry groups within this 10 sectors. I'm not going to go in detail of what is on those sectors, but I think most of them are self-explanatory. But I want to highlight some of them, for example, the fisheries and other bioproducts. So in this sector, we have all the fisheries activities, but we also have the upcoming marine pharmaceutical industry, And this includes manufacturing of marine drugs produced in the US and all the US-based research and development of marine drugs that are currently in the pipeline. Then we have the research and education that includes all the investments from government, industries, labs, nonprofit, all investments related to research, to marine research and education. We have the businesses and professional services, basically all the business that participate in ocean-related activities, such as legal, financial, professional business services in general. Dredging, restoration, and other construction includes constructions in the shoreline, but also investments in harbor dredging, habitat conservation, restoration projects. We also have the national defense and public administration. In this sector, we basically divided the investments of defense and non-defense, the statistics that we have. Next one is offshore oil and gas. It basically includes extraction of oil and natural gas. Then we have marine transportation, that is and shipbuilding and tourism recreation. They're very self-explanatory. And finally, we have the power generation. And this sector we mainly include electric power at this point, but we are planning to incorporate renewable energy as it reaches measurable levels. The next slide, please. And in my presentation, I just have some highlights of the results that we have, but on my last slide, I'll have the link to the BA website, and you can have all the documents and all the information there. So here, I just want to highlight that in 2018, the marine economy of the US accounted for 1.8% of the GDP. And this sounds small, but it's about the same share as in other mature economies around the world. And it tends to be larger in countries that don't have a large interior regions. And so here we just have a comparison between some of selected industries, and just to give you the magnitude of the US ocean economy compared to agriculture, IT services, data processing, internet publishing, and utilities. So you see it's a significant contribution to our economy. And then the next slide, just briefly, a comparison on the growth of the ocean economy to the US economy. So you can see that between 2017 and 2018, the ocean economy grew a little faster than the US economy. Also in terms of gross output, in compensation, we pretty much the same growth, and then unemployment, the ocean economy is a little behind of from the US economy. And then I think it's my last slide. All right, Miguel, this is the last one.
Thank you so much, Monica.
And just to conclude, we hope that this information will be helpful to the policymakers, industry advocates, and organizations investing in new and growing markets. And if you need any additional information, please feel free to check the website and send any questions to the email on that slide. Thank you very much. Back to you, Miguel.
Thank you so much, Monica. I don't know, but maybe because the Atlantic is so huge, I had difficulty, the slides didn't reach here, but we will have a roundtable of questions, and for sure we are going to emphasize some of the important numbers you just revealed to us. But now let's move to Sigi Gruber, which we are very pleased to have here. And CG is very, very experienced in what relates to research and innovation with this fantastic role on the European Commission. So CG, the stage is yours now.
Thank you very much, Miguel, and thank you, Michael, really for inviting me, and a big hello from Brussels, actually today from the office. So good afternoon or good morning to everyone you. Now, I have tried to look back to 2012, when we launched in Europe the Blue Growth Strategy. It's a strategy to support sustainable blue growth in the marine and maritime sector as a whole. And even though it is in its infancy, because it's only 8 years, it has produced several initiatives to drive the blue economy forward and make Europe's ocean, seas, coasts both healthy and productive. And I'm sure you all agree, probably as well, all the participants listening, that there is no doubt if the ocean and seas are managed in a sustainable manner, there is a much bigger economic benefit which we can all reap off. So this blue growth strategy has focused on 5 innovative, high potential maritime sectors: blue energy, aquaculture, coastal and maritime tourism, blue biotechnology, and seabed mining. It was very interesting to hear from Monica what the focus in the United States is. But one of the, I do not go now, I don't have the time to go into details, but one of really the merits of this blue growth strategy has been to move ocean issues up the European and international agenda. And European EU governments have now agreed on the importance of the blue economy. And Michael referred to it when he spoke previously. So governance issues are discussed not only at EU level, but also at international level, with the EU driving the whole ocean governance discussion as well. And since then, lately, the European Commission has published on a yearly basis the EU Blue Economy Report, providing an overview of the performance of the EU economic sectors related to oceans and the coastal environment. And let me quote from the 2020 report: with a turnover of 750 billion euros, so 800 billion, a little bit less, dollars, in 2018, the EU blue economy is in good health. There were also 5 million people working in the blue economy sectors in 2018, representing a significant increase of 11.6% compared to the year before. Although sectors now, such as coastal and marine tourism, the blue tourism, as well as fisheries and aquaculture, are severely affected by the pandemic, the blue economy as a whole presents still a huge really potential in terms of its contribution to the green recovery. And now allow me very briefly to switch to this notion. The green recovery is right at the center of the European Green Deal. And at the start of this Commission's mandate, so more than a year ago, the European Green Deal was made the #1 priority, with its overarching goal of achieving climate neutrality in Europe by 2050. So for the first time, we are looking beyond the current policy and investment cycle, because the European Commission is there for 7 years, to a time horizon of 2050, by when we aim, as I said, to achieve this climate neutrality. And it is really, this is our roadmap for action. And the blue economy is an integral part of it. We are talking here about a green and blue recovery. And when we talk about recovery and motor really for as well the recovery after COVID-2019, the Green Deal is really our compass. And due to this current coronavirus crisis, the impact on all economic sectors, including in the blue economy, has been terrible. But we have taken in the European Commission a series of strong measures to overcome them. And yet we have also put still the focus on the resilience and the importance really to go and to continue to protect the environment. And let me just mention that yesterday, the European Commission presented 2 days ago the new EU strategy for offshore renewable energy and proposed to increase Europe's offshore wind capacity from its current level of 12 gigabyte to at least 60 gigabyte by 2030 and to 300 gigabyte by 2050. And the European Commission also aims to complement with 40 gigawatt, not gigabyte, sorry, gigawatt ocean energy float wind. Greening is also ongoing in other sectors, and I just quote here the maritime transport because it is looking increasingly towards less carbon-intensive energy sources. So there is a network of green ports, which is reducing the ecological footprint of these economically important hubs between the ocean, our seas, and the mainland. And research and innovation is, for us, really the enabler of the Green Deal transitions across all these major work streams, being them green or blue. They need a little bit more to become bluer. But so we are at a critical moment of transition where science is shifting from observer to actor and from evidence to prediction, from research to policy. And we are currently investing about $260 million per year in research and innovation related to marine and maritime from our framework program for research and innovation Horizon 2020. And we hope to keep up this investment also in the future, not at least thanks to our future Horizon Europe mission on healthy oceans and seas and waters, which have already been presented by John Bell and is known now as the Mission Starfish 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sigi, for such a holistic view of the importance of research and innovation on the blue space. And now, continuing on what is observing the ocean, because there are a lot of ways to measure the size of it, we are going to hear Carl Goldman, which is Director of the Integrated Ocean Observing System in the USA. Carl, please.
Thank you, Miguel. So folks that didn't hear the last session, Michael Jones and Rick Spinrad referenced at the very end a study that we did in 2015, and I'm going to give you a little summary of where we are on a new version of that study repeated for 2020. And we don't have the report done, so this is a bit of a sneak preview of some of that information. Next slide, please. So within ocean observing programs across the globe and within the US, we're doing ocean observing and applying it to the problems of today so that people can make decisions. So this is a value chain diagram that doesn't cover all of the steps in the chain, but gives you a picture of some of the components. So starting on the right, observations and measurements, then data synthesis and modeling, then intermediaries do something with those data outputs or model outputs, do some value-added manipulation and make them more marketable and potentially sellable. And these things happen in the public domain, but also in the private sector. So sometimes it's market value in dollars, sometimes it's public good value as well. And the important part here is the end users that are making decisions with insightful information from our observing systems. The two dashed lines from the end users and the intermediaries back to the observations and measurements are key here too, because we iterate to improve the service delivery, and that also infuses information into our system to iterate and understand what new observations and measurements we might need, and how do we infuse new technologies in the system. Next slide, please. And so the scope of what we're talking about here is ocean measurement, observation, and forecasting. And in the study we did in 2015, we looked at the providers, so that's circled in green, those obs and measurements, and then the intermediaries in terms of those segments of this value chain. And the data synthesis and modeling can be split either into intermediaries or providers, depending on which part of the data management they're doing. So understanding the scale and scope of the business activities in this segment is sort of a little sliver within that giant blue economy component that Monica was talking about. Next slide, please. So here's a little bit of the summary of 2015, the ocean enterprise in the US, we estimated at $7 billion in annual revenues. There were 410 companies in 36 different states. And that 7 billion number was in the bubble diagram on your right there says that that's within the sort of maritime revenue, which would in Monica's world is also the blue economy. And the overall revenue of those companies was 58 billion. And we show the export amount there. And we don't yet have comparable results for 2020 for me to share, but we do have a few things. Next slide, please. This is just a snippet of the sectors, and you have customer sectors 2015 versus 2020 and infrastructure products. And I think if the person that's running slides do one more click for me, do I get some colors to show up? Yes. So those are just a few that I wanted to highlight. One more click, please. And these are just coastal protection during the last 5 years, increased hazards in our oceans and coasts. There's more work in coastal protection. Renewable energy, no surprise, much greater increase from 15 to 20. And water quality is another interesting one. And then platforms and AUVs on the right is a fairly significant increase. There's lots of little pieces here that are interesting. And so this is just a sneak peek of the results. Next slide, please. And I'm trying to stay on time for you, Miguel. So there are a lot of other nations evaluating ocean enterprise activities as well. The OECD continues to do that type of work, and we saw Monica's discussion. From all of this, we've been able to make a rough estimate that the ocean enterprise activities from the US, which was 7 billion in 2015, is as much as 25 billion globally. We've got a bunch of work to do to complete our analysis, and the report will probably come out in early February like it did in 2016. And so you all should look for that. And I've got a tiny bit of time, Miguel, so 2 slides forward, please. That's my thank you slide, but my backup slide here we did ask questions about how COVID-19 impacted the companies. And so in terms of Michael's request about are you aqua optimistic, it looks like there's a fair amount of optimism that there'll be increased investment in light of COVID-19, but there's also a fair amount of reduced investment expectations. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. And with that, Miguel, I will stop and hand it back to you.
Thank you, Carl, and thank you for the effort to keep in time. And also using a word you said, you talked about OECD. Let's give the word to James Jolliffe, economist and policy analyst from OECD. James, please.
Thanks very much, Miguel. I have some slides if that's possible. So you can go to the first one. So in 2016, the OECD released some analysis that estimated the ocean economy contributed roughly $1.5 trillion in gross value added to the global economy in 2010. The accompanying report highlighted a range of global trends that look set to propel ocean economic growth into the future. A growing global population, shifts towards renewable energies, global trade projections, and multiple other signs pointed towards a future where the contribution of the ocean would become even more important than it is today. The same analysis suggested that the ocean economy may double in size by 2030 to around $3 trillion, with some of the activities looked at, things like offshore wind, port activities, marine aquaculture, for example, projected to grow faster than the overall economy. So now when these figures were put together, obviously very few people would have predicted the recent disruptions to economic activity caused by COVID-19. And in general, the response to the pandemic has disrupted consumer-facing industries the strongest, and it's inevitable that some parts of the ocean economy will be affected more. Sections of it, like the cruise industry. But in other areas, the effects of the pandemic are more nuanced. The shipping industry experienced a dramatic drop in demand in early 2020, and service cancellation rates increased as a result. But more recently, lower oil prices and increasing confidence among shippers have returned the major shipping companies to profitability. The overall impact then of the pandemic is uncertain, and it's too soon to say, at least for us, for sure what the long-term outcomes will be. But it does remain the case that the downsides to the growth potential highlighted by the OECD report in 2016, I'm talking about things like climate change, ocean overfishing, loss of biodiversity, etc., remain very important challenges to be overcome. And we're of the opinion that this is unlikely to be forgotten as policymakers consider their response to the pandemic and target areas for support and stimulation. So the next few years may well be key to the future shape of the ocean economy and the realization of the potential that it holds, but not only because of the response to the pandemic. The Sustainable Development Goal agenda, society's objectives surrounding biodiversity, and the shifts towards low carbon economies are all likely to play a powerful role in determining the future of the ocean economy. And crucial to all of this remains the need to accelerate the growth in sustainable ocean economic activities so that economic development and the conservation and sustainable use of the marine environment go hand in hand. If you go to my next slide, please. So for us, science, technology, and many of the innovations that have been on display during this Blue Tech Week are the big potential players in that shift. Science, technology, and innovation are key to improving knowledge of the marine environment, but also the impacts of economic activity on that environment. We see them as key to responding to climate change and challenges surrounding biodiversity. They're obviously very important for expanding the frontiers of what is possible technologically, but they're also key to enhancing the competitiveness of industries themselves, whether that be via efficiency gains or cost savings. If you skip to my next slide, please. So this is what our group within the OECD tries to do. We focus intently on the ocean economy and innovation, and in particular on these 5 points here. So we do a lot of measurement of ocean economic activity. We provide foresight, workshops and analysis of developments in ocean technology. We try to map as far as possible science, technology and innovation policies concerning the ocean, etc., etc. And I would encourage you all, if you're interested in this type of analysis and how it fits within global objectives, but also within the objectives of countries to develop, to please visit our website, where you will be able to download the reports on this slide. And with that, I will pass on back to Miguel.
Thank you so much, James. Now, Ruben Eiras from Forum Oceano will share their view. Ruben?
I will ask you to put my presentation, please, because I cannot share it to Melissa. I do not have the authorization to share it.
I'll bring. Ruben, I'll share my screen now.
Okay.
Sorry.
Ruben, this is our way of punishing you for being such a difficult guy to work with. I just want you to know.
No, no problem. I already. I'm a very resilient person. Okay. So good morning. Yes, good morning to you all. Thanks for the opportunity to to be at this event. And Michael finally added Blue Tech for the third invitation, but virtually. I hope that next year it will be possible presentially. Next slide, please. So what is Fórum Oceano? For instance, the Portuguese Blue Economy Cluster. We are certified by the government as a cluster of competitiveness. We exist for 10 years, and we also work along with TMA Blue Tech already also for a long time. And we belong together to the Blue Tech Quest Alliance. Next slide, please. So what is the situation now at Portugal's blue economy? So now or in the pre-COVID situation? So in fact, the Portuguese blue economy is in a booming phase. So we have now 4% of the GDP that was achieved by in the period until 2017, and the estimation is that in 2018 that the GDP, from the GVA, and from the GDP, it is estimated that it represents already 5.1% of the GDP, with a growth rate between 2016 and 2018 of 18.5%. And this is directed to Michael. If you remember, when we met for the first time, I think it was 4 years ago, we were at the 3.1% of GDP. So in 5 years, or in 4 years, we were able to reach, and what was defined as the objective of the government at the last time, as getting 5% of the GDP in blue economy. Next slide, please. But what kind of blue economy do we want to have? Here I go to the a recent statement by Daniel Ek, the founder of Spotify, that says we have to build and please don't interpret this as a criticism to the United States. It's not that. It says that we must make it happen, the European dream. And the European dream is to build not only a better future for the individual itself, but for the collective, for the whole society. Next slide, please. Oh my God, I'm being sabotaged. Okay. Great. So here in the EU Green Deal, what we have is the opportunity, and I think it's not only for Europe, but also for the US and also globally, but to build a prosperous, sustainable ocean economy, creating jobs, wealth, by restoring the ocean's health and biodiversity abundance. Next slide, please. So you can also put the next slide. So we already know that blue economy is a very diverse area, but the challenge is how to integrate natural capital in the business models so that this growth that is going to be achieved from this decade on is distinguished by a low carbon performance or even a negative carbon performance and based on circular economy processes. So one of the key things is that for achieving this growth, the remuneration, for example, of fund managers and the finance industry, as well inside the companies, must not only deliver on the profitability rates that are in the financial return that is achieved, but also on the ESG return. So in the environmental, social, and governance, I would say, performance. Next slide, please. The high-level panel on sustainable ocean economy states this very, I would say, clearly, that investing, in a sustainable business model and even in conservation is not losing money. On the contrary, it's a very, I would say, value for money rate. As you can see in this slide, from a recent study from the high-level panel on sustainable ocean economy, there's an interval of return between $3 and $12 for each dollar that is invested in these 4 areas. This is conservation and restoration of mangroves or ocean restoration activities, decarbonization of international shipping, and now look at food production and offshore wind energy production at 10 to 12 euros per dollar. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So what is key in here is that the investment has, in this decade, in Europe and in the funds that operate in Europe, they have to follow the EU taxonomy. And what is the EU taxonomy? Is also a regulation that was made in a high-level group for sustainable finance, coordinated by the EIB, that it has a certain I'll say level of regulation that companies and investment funds have to report their information about these 6 how the investments are performing in these 6 environmental objectives: climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, sustainable and protection of water and marine resources. So there is one element that is one objective is dedicated to aqua, transition to a circular economy, pollution prevention and control, and protection and restoration of biodiversity and ecosystems. Next slide, please. What is happening in concrete terms? So in Portugal, it was recent, and on this, I would say, paradigm, it was approved very recently, the Portugal Blue European Investment Fund. So it's a fund of funds that is managed between the EIF and the Portuguese Investment Bank, with 75 million euros for investing in early stage and growth startups. Next slide, please. Also, to say that Fórum Oceano, alongside BTI, a Portuguese consultancy company, were awarded with, next slide please, with the winning proposal of the Atlantic Smart Ports Exploration Network, where the goal is to build an acceleration network between the ports of the Atlantic for accelerating startups in early and growth stage. What is the idea here is to reduce the information asymmetry for investors in the blue economy, because when you have these new businesses, blue businesses and startups developing and innovating in a similar context of operation, and also with permanent access to the sea, you accelerate and diminish the cost of innovation, as well as you have a similar context for doing your operations. Next slide, please. I'm almost finishing. Next slide, please. Next slide. So to say that, Blue Tech, TMA Blue Tech is a strategic partner of this, I would say, consortium. We have the institutional support of Peter Thompson, the UN Secretary General Special Envoy for the Ocean, also from the Minister of Economy. And on the whole, besides our consortium of full partners, of 14 full partners, we have a total universe of 391 ports that are in our consortium, because International Association of Ports and Harbors is our I would say our partner, and also the support of several investment funds and companies and other entities from the ocean economy as a whole. So what I would want to, finally to, wrapping up what I was saying, what we have to, ocean economy has a lot of opportunities in there, especially in food production, because you have in this decade to migrate from land-based protein to ocean-based protein. Then all the digital technologies for enhancing the efficiency and the precision of the operations of aquaculture, shipping, and all the other maritime activities, conventional and emergent, and also in the energy area for achieving high levels of production of electricity in the ocean with the offshore production, and also of green hydrogen, and of course all the activities that can be conciliated and integrated with MPAs, like, for example, seaweed farming. So what we have to focus is in achieving a sustainable ocean economy. The capital is there, the entrepreneurs are there. What we need is to have good projects for achieving this. But the answer is there.
Thank you, Ruben, for your detailed explanation of what is hot now in the blue arena. And I'll move to Jensen Scholes, Director, Center for the Blue Economy. Please, Jason.
Yeah, hi. Do you want me to share my slides, or do you want to post them?
If you could share them, that would be great.
Okay. Let's see here. I don't see where, there, it says no files available in PowerPoint. I haven't used this Microsoft, so if you all could bring it on, that'd be great.
If you can let me know if you emailed the slides, we don't have them.
Oh yeah, I did. I emailed them to both you and Miguel this morning.
Okay, if you can just start the presentation and we'll find the email and then bring it up, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. All right, everybody. Well, look, I'm going to talk about growth in the blue economy, and I'm working on a big project with a number of organizations in the United States, and it is for basically blue economy and climate change. Right, that's going to be the 21st century focus for the United States. Is going to be climate change mitigation and climate change adaptation, using the blue economy. And there's 4 pillars. It's offshore renewable energy, coastal restoration and living shorelines, sustainable seafood, and the greening of the ports. And the greening of the ports, I just want to put out there to you, is particularly important because of the environmental justice angles there. A lot of the communities in the United States that are adjacent to ports are some of the poorer members of society, and so this is going to be really important to clean up, their immediate environment. So if you have the slides here, I think maybe the second or third one there, if you could, yeah. So let's go to the next one. So I just want to talk about the economics of offshore wind right now. The U.S. is woefully behind in offshore wind. We only have a small offshore wind, a few megawatts off of Block Island in Rhode Island. But the economics of it are incredibly favorable. Most of it has been, the reason it hasn't taken off is because it's been stopped by the Trump administration. Fortunately, the Trump administration is on the way out, and the Biden administration, we've been working closely with them, that's going to ramp this up. And we're looking at a goal of probably 20 to 30 gigawatts off of the United States by the end of this decade. So that's incredible. And it means even without subsidies, the economics are very good for offshore wind right now. Next slide, please. So there's also tidal and wave energy. This is probably never going to have as broad an applicability as wind in the United States, but there are some key areas, and there's some projects starting in Southern California, actually, and some up in the Pacific Northwest. And so we're calling for more R&D through probably the U.S. kind of ARPA-E program to get some good R&D for this. And we think this could be a pretty sizable part of the future blue economy as well. But again, offshore wind will do the lion's share. Next slide, please. Okay, so I want to talk about sustainable seafood here and make first a key point that oftentimes people confuse sustainable seafood with sustainable fishing, and these are not the same things. And in fact, in the blue economy, the technological innovation and development in sustainable seafood, a lot of it is not going to be based on fishing. So next slide, please. So these are 3 products here that are, I would consider all blue economy products. And so the first on the top left is actually Finless Fish. This is cell-based fish. These are crab cakes. They are very expensive right now, but they're going to become economic in the next maybe 5 years. And this will be able to grow in kind of brewery-like conditions, fish protein, without having to harvest them from the ocean. On the right is a kelp, Akua kelp. So a lot of plant-based aquaculture is going to be able to take a lot of the pressure again off of wild fisheries and kelp and other sea vegetables. And then at the bottom is actually a tuna that's plant-based. So people are figuring out ways to mix algae oils and plants to really mimic the taste of both tuna and eel and other really high trophic level fish. So the future of seafood, I think, is not in more and more harvesting of wild finfish, but of aquaculture and much more innovative technologies. Next slide, please. The coastal restoration industry we're particularly excited about because this is going to be really big on the jobs front. And as many of you know, the United States has thousands of miles of coastline. And so the potential to do a living shorelines industry really across the United States is tremendous. And this can hire people without a high school degree to be the laborers and the developers up until PhD ecologists. And these can really help both with providing environmental benefits and also climate change mitigation and adaptation elements. So very excited about this, working pretty hard on this aspect. And the next slide, please. And then the last part is this greening of the ports here. So probably the star of the story here is the Port of Los Angeles and Long Beach, but also Port of San Diego. On the right here is a picture of the new Alta Sea Blue Tech Innovation Hub that's being built in the Port of Los Angeles. That's going to be opening soon. Obviously, COVID's put a little delay on that, but it's going to be an incredible innovation hub and education center. On the left there is a picture of these new very low emissions cruise ships. And this is going to also go into commercial shipping as well. So the future of ports is going to be zero emissions vehicles, zero emissions trucks, very low either hydrogen, renewables, or clean fuel ocean vessels. And again, then these blue tech hubs at the ports for ocean innovation. So the next slide, please. Actually, we can skip this one. Next one, thanks. Yeah, so again, how to make this happen. I'll just end on a couple quick points. Obviously, there's a lot of political reform and policy and financing and all kinds of workforce development. This is a very complicated kind of puzzle here to how to build this really large new multi-sector blue economy. But there's some really good stuff going on in the United States. And so the next slide, I'll end with this. So on October 20th, just a few weeks ago, the House of Representatives and the Natural Resources Committee introduced the first Ocean-Based Climate Solutions Act. So this is the most comprehensive, forward-looking blue economy bill ever in U.S. history. My center and my coalition had a lot of, we put a lot of input and help into crafting this bill. We're working now with a Senate version. For those of you who know U.S. politics, we need one in the House, one in the Senate. And so look for 2021 for some of these bills to be making their way to the U.S. Congress. These are going to be a tough lift. We need bipartisanship in the U.S. to get these done. But just a line to everybody that the blue economy is being discussed at the highest levels of Congress. We think the Biden administration is quite keen on this type of stuff because of the jobs and the economics. And so please, if you're interested, go to the Center for the Blue Economy website, and you can join our newsletter and our Twitter feed, and we'll keep you posted when these bills come up for a vote. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jason, for your fantastic updates of what's going on the United States. So time is running out, so I would ask you just for a quick thought or a quick word about some questions to you. And I would like to start by Carl, by asking him what can be the role of technological SMEs in the development of the blue economy. If you could help us in a few minutes to share your ideas, Carl, please.
Yeah, well, within that value chain that I described, you've got technology companies working in all of those places, right? The observations and measurements and how we deploy in the ocean and maintain, that requires a set of technologies. The data management and communications technologies, and the intermediary, which is the information age economy components come in there. And so all of those require new technologies to be infused. And one of the features of our doing this study is to understand the components of the value chain and the way that companies interact with public sector and nonprofit and academia. And so the way that we do this on a cyclical process is iteratively working and understanding the user needs in our community of actors. And one of the features why events like Blue Tech Week with Michael Jones's group with the Maritime Alliance is helping to enable small, medium enterprises to get to know each other and each other's market space and how they might be able to partner in business to business or business to government opportunities. And so I often ask the private companies, how do you value interacting with government programs? What do you need in terms of the interactions and dialogues? And what are the best ways to learn about these marketplaces? And in some cases, just having this study like we've done is helpful. But in others, it's to have ongoing dialogue and opportunities to understand the status and trends that are coming from a government sector, for instance. And I understand that for any of those companies, the longer lead time we can give in signaling what our needs and requirements are, the better on the government side. And from our perspective, we need to move faster to be able to uptake and adopt new technologies.
So you are optimistic about the opportunities for SMEs on this blue field?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much, Carl. CG, from your huge experience on this research and and innovation, can you share with us what is out now in terms of the challenges of research and innovation, and also a bit of transatlantic cooperation in this area?
Yeah, thank you. Well, first of all, the transatlantic cooperation under the context of what we call the All Atlantic Ocean Research Alliance, which we launched off thanks to the signing of the Galway Statement with United States and Canada, and Belém Statement with South Africa and Brazil, I think it has really shown how we can capitalize on our strengths, pull our resources together, and really engage in joint activities. So I think that goes well, but of course we want to enhance our cooperation. So what Michael, the whole Blue Tech has also provided us with fantastic new insights and the potential for new partnerships, and we have to follow up on those. Now you asked me about the challenges. I think we have quite a lot of challenges in front of us when it comes to the blue economy. First of all, we still lack of insufficient political attention. I don't think that there is enough political attention. And of course, this is then followed by a lack of investment. Because very often I feel that the blue economy, yet it is in its infancy, but it is a little bit a Cinderella as well. So there is not yet this vast notion about the potential, what it really can offer. And what is also true is everything we do in the ocean is very costly, and it has long-term strategies. Look, if we want to restore something, it is not from today to tomorrow. People and particularly politicians want very often quick fix. Now this is not working. So there needs to be a shift as well in the narrative and the shift in how we really approach our politicians, the investors, the wider communities. And because today we talked a lot about the economy, because I'm a social scientist, let me also put people first. We need as well to bring in constantly the people and make them co-creator of all our different choices, being them in terms of place-based choices or technology choices. Otherwise, how do we ensure that the solutions that we want to provide for them are the right ones? So it is really empowering people to be co-creators and become really agents of change. And that is something I think we collectively need to do, particularly for our younger generation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tiji. I think there will be a very relevant conference in South Africa in December, isn't it?
Yes.
And will that be an hot topic to discuss about?
Yeah, we can. I think we should really take this on board, and I would like to invite everyone to join in. It's on the 3rd and the 4th of December, hosted by South Africa, and we are co-developing it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tiji. And Monica, do you also think that the blue economy is the Cinderella of the society and politicians at the moment? How far do Americans know the size and importance of blue economy at the moment in the US?
Yes, thank you, Miguel. Yes, I do think it's a little bit of Cinderella at the moment, but I think it has huge potential, and it's growing. Just for the numbers of incubators and accelerators that have been created in the US, all the networking conferences, that this is growing nationally and internationally. So I do think it has potential to, grow and stay here with us. I think the US business are more and more aware of its importance to the US economy. However, I think there is still opportunity for us to develop better metrics and data to support those initiatives and businesses. So this is one of the reasons we start developing the ocean economy statistics, and other countries are investing on this as well. So I think if we can provide support to those businesses by giving them, data and information, their impact to the economy, I think, and they can build their case based on that, right? I think we have good chances to endure in the future.
Thank you so much, Monica. And we must always remind that NOAA is, I think, in Department of Commerce in the US, isn't that?
Yes, so we are in the Department of Commerce.
With all that is observing Earth, the US was always a pioneer. So congratulations for your fantastic job in terms of the economic statistics. Ruben, how can blue economy start not to be considered a Cinderella? So what are the sectors that can give the first move to start to be relevant for the politicians too?
Well, even if it's a Cinderella, I think at the moment it's only for the right shoe to fit in the right fit. And Jason, in its I would say intervention, already said very clearly where are what are the sectors, and really it's very in line with what I also stressed. 4 years ago, everybody was complaining that we didn't have capital. Also, blue economy was at the end of the line of policy, and also entrepreneurs were far away from this. Only researchers were around. What has changed in 5 years? Policy is still, it's a bit better. Entrepreneurs are there. Capital is there. What it lacks is a functional ecosystem of innovation that reduces the information asymmetry for investors come in and develop the technology and put them in the market. You know, Michael Jones is one of the pioneers, not only in US, but I think in the world, in bringing, you know, this, you know, blue economy in. He has an investment banking, you know, background. He knows much more of this than me. And I feel that now we are at the tipping point of that. So what I want to stress is that what we need now is to organize the innovation ecosystem, is to do what was done in California, in Silicon Valley. What we need is a kind of a blue Silicon Valley in the transatlantic area. And for that, great, Biden-Harris, they won. And, you know, congrats also to California that now has a VP in the White House for defending what's right. So let's go and do it. That's we have the path, we have the objectives. What we have to have is put our sleeves up and let's go to work.
Thank you, Ruben. We are very run out of time. So just for a quick note from Jensen, I don't know if you agree with Ruben in terms of what is going on in the US and what are your views on the challenges for US to really overcome the obstacles to the development of the blue economy.
Miguel, we really need to stop at this point. We've got the next panel already lined up. That was a fabulous panel. Thank you to all of you. Ruben, nice compliment. Thank you very much. So I get to be both the pioneer and the bad guy because I've got to stop your panel. It is amazing to get so many really talented people together who are doing such important work. To all of you, we are so thankful because unless we measure the importance and the size of this economy, it's hard to convince politicians. The work that all of you have done is incredibly important. And again, to what Portugal is doing with the support of the government, with the support of the EU, the blue economy, blue tech, the new program that BTI and Formoseano have won this contract. I mean, these are such important steps. And I think we have many reasons for aqua optimism at this point. So thank you for all of your work. I hope you're able to stay with us for the next panel. We're very fortunate to have Mark Spalding as the moderator for a panel on promoting a sustainable blue economy. If you cannot, I will say again, thank you, and we look forward to working with you for the rest of this year and of course into 2021. Onward and upward with the blue economy and blue tech.
Thank you, Mike.
We're going to move over to you at this point. Thank you for the last panel. Mark, I'm going to just say that you're I think a San Diego boy from part of your career in Washington, D.C., doing very important work. We're pleased to have the relationship with your organization, and I'm going to turn over to you to make an introduction for your panelists.
Thank you very much, Michael. Great to be here today. Again, my name is Mark Spalding. I'm the president of the Ocean Foundation. I'm joined on this panel by Paul Dobbins, who's the Senior Director of Impact Investing and Ecosystem Services on the World Wildlife Fund U.S. Aquaculture Team, Anna Maria Laura, who's the Director of International Government Relations for the Ocean Conservancy, Brian Stubbs, who's the President and Executive Director of Cleveland Water Alliance, and Michael Jones. We will hear from him as well. Let me set the stage here very briefly for this roundtable on promoting a sustainable blue economy. Investment in and dependence on the ocean economy is nearly as old as humankind itself. So why are we talking as if there is something new here? Why are we using the phrase the blue economy in the first place? Why do we even think there's a new economic growth opportunity from a blue economy? Is it our chance to build back better or build back bluer? The ocean economy has long existed for transport and trade, resource extraction, and consequently for waste disposal, both intentional and unintentional. Known maritime trade dates back to 2000 BCE in the Indian Ocean. International trade expanded steadily as advances in shipbuilding and navigation enabled seafaring across greater distances and further from land. As trans-ocean trade grew, governments carried most of the financial risk until investing in shares of merchant ship cargoes became a very attractive private gamble. The fortunes of investors, speculators, and the nascent insurance industry were all built from participation in the international ocean trade in tobacco, alcohol, textiles, Chinaware, spices, whale oil, precious metals, and sadly, enslaved peoples. Historically, human activities were conducted on the false premise that the ocean was limitless in its capacity to provide for us and to absorb the byproducts of our economies, waste in every form. We are now seeing the cost of that myth in the quantity, pace, and rate of change in the ocean that will affect all of the ocean economy. From perturbations in the relatively stable climate and weather patterns that allowed shipping and resource extraction to move along relatively predictable schedules to changes in ocean temperature, depth, and chemistry that will affect all coastal and in-ocean infrastructure. The call, therefore, for a new blue economy is to begin shifting our focus to the subset within the global economy that is sustainable, and to how we can make other subsets more ocean friendly. The economic and related losses resulting from unsustainable use and abuse of coastal and marine resources must be captured in any forward-looking economic risk assessments. The old ocean economy needs to be brought up to new 21st century standards that acknowledge the vulnerability of global ocean health and our dependence on restoring it. Examples of the old ocean economy include offshore oil and gas extraction, recreational and commercial fishing, open pen aquaculture, shipping, coastal development, and telecommunications. Some parts of the old ocean economy are evolving towards sustainability, or could with the right investment. For example, technology advances enabled better monitoring and understanding of the economics of high seas fishing, which takes place in the 2/3 of our ocean that lie outside of national jurisdiction. A 2018 study showed that such fishing is wildly unprofitable without significant government subsidies, many of which I hold are illegal. Given the environmental harm and dubious human rights record of high seas fishing, ending all government fleet subsidies would limit the fishing effort to that which is actually profitable and thus allow the ocean's abundance to recover. As one example of planning for sustainability, shipping from the perspective of the carbon footprint by weight and distance is the best way to move goods and people. But transport activities need to be conducted in ways that eliminate the costs of harm, from the noise pollution to air pollution to accidental dumping to transport of alien species in ballast water. The industry has to embrace and adopt clean fuel, clean air, noise reduction technology, and perhaps this is where illegal fishing subsidies should be lawfully invested. There are new industries reflecting the changes in the ocean economy, such as renewable ocean energy, seabed mining, nature-based solutions, including restoration and the protection of blue carbon, blue technology and biotechnology, nutrition and nutraceuticals. These emerging sectors, some still are extractive, such as seabed mining. Some are focused on change of the old economy, such as new ideas for ship propulsion, and need to be assessed for their value to the new blue economy. Each of these can tap into existing science and technology and take advantage of applied knowledge to support positive activities and limit negative consequences. For more than a decade, we at the Ocean Foundation have built an investment strategy that puts money behind ocean solutions, companies with a product or service that is actively good for the ocean. We're now advising a private equity group on blue tech, as well as designing an ocean engagement fund for Credit Suisse, a shareholder engagement that will make change happen. And we're in the process of designing an Ocean and Climate Leaders Fund, a combined Micronesia sovereign fund for blue investment. The world's coasts and ocean are a valuable and delicate part of our natural capital, but the take it all now and forget about the future, business as usual model of the current economy is threatening not only marine ecosystems and coastal communities, but the functions of our planet on which all life depends. The ocean is not too big to fix. We cannot afford to let it fail. The planet will be here even if the ocean is hot, breathless, and acidic. But such a place will not be our blue planet. Our blue planet is what the new blue economy is actually all about. Let me turn now to Anna Marie Laura from Ocean Conservancy, who's going to talk about the role of government in achieving sustainable development, the sustainable blue economy, in the next decade in a few sectors. Anna Marie, take it away.
Hi, Mark. Thank you so much, and it's great to be here. Hopefully everybody can hear me. So just following on those wonderful introductory remarks, from Ocean Conservancy's perspective, talking about the sustainable blue economy, we're talking about sustainable development. These are interchangeable, and sustainable development in the context of the SDGs. This concept has been around for a long time, and it continues to have steam domestically and internationally, and it's for all of the reasons and shifts that Mark just described. One really good example of how this is continuing is that the High Level Ocean Panel just in a few weeks is going to embrace this concept of a sustainable blue economy and the very necessary balance between conservation and development that comes with a vision for that. So, when we think about sectors that can deliver on a sustainable blue economy, we're thinking of how development of collective ocean resources, you can't just be economic gains for a few at the top, where those benefits accrue to a few at the top. We really have to, that's not sustainable. We have to make sure that in developing this economy, frontline communities and ocean users are included in decision making from the very start, so that we're valuing more than just economic benefits, but all of the benefits and the access to these resources can be shared equitably. So there are 3 areas I just want to mention that Ocean Conservancy is working to advance this kind of vision, and Mark touched on all of them. One is zero carbon shipping and the transition that needs to happen. The other is offshore wind energy development, and the third is reducing plastic pollution from land-based sources and promoting a circular economy. So sustainable development in these 3 sectors has a few things in common from our perspective. First, national and international policy set by government can accelerate these transitions. It can also create investment and spur investment and innovative advancement for the technology that supports scaling up of these sectors. All of them have the opportunity to strengthen environmental justice outcomes, and all of them play, if you look at integrated ocean management and ocean planning, all 3 of these can be integrated into goals for integrated ocean planning. And finally, obviously, industry can play a huge role in advocating for these transitions and their feasibility, that it is possible to make these happen. And industry voice is important for all 3 of them to succeed and for governments to take action for them to succeed. So just very quickly, zero carbon shipping. Shipping is responsible for as much emissions as a country like Germany. That's what we're talking about if we can address this sector. And green electro fuels, primarily ammonium and hydrogen, that are produced using renewable energy rather than fossil fuels, are going to be a key solution to meeting the International Maritime Organization's goals to decarbonize by 2050. So the technology required to make this transition, very importantly, already exists. We have the ability to get the energy necessary from renewable sources. The fuel production process for ammonia and hydrogen is available now. The bunkering solutions, or where the ships need to go to refuel and how to plan for that, is available. And the propulsion technology will be available soon, as Mark mentioned. So this is a good example of, well, what's the problem? Everyone is talking about a blue economy and everyone wants it to happen. So why aren't we getting there? Well, we really need to invest in the transition, which also means removing incentives and subsidies that perpetuate the status quo. And we need to be able to scale and replicate what works. So an example of what we're doing specifically is we've partnered with other NGOs and a consulting firm called Ricardo. We recently produced a report called Accelerating Electro Fuels and the Benefits of Zero Carbon for Shipping in South and Central America. And what this presents are case studies that demonstrate the feasibility of this transition, not just for the industry, but also for local labor forces and the multiple benefits that would follow from an economic investment around these ports and for this industry. And then also, reduced emissions and the positive benefits that would come to communities that live around places, ports, and other industries where the emissions from these quite damaging fuels can affect communities in a negative way, their health in a negative way. So decisions at the IMO to meet the decarbonization target they've already set, that governments have set for 2050, could accelerate this transition and realize these benefits and inspire not just the scaling of existing technology, but also new technologies and efficiencies. And so the IMO, we believe really needs to take strong action in the short term to reduce greenhouse gases and encourage the uptake. And these are parties, right? These are governments at IMO that can do this. And we're just not seeing that right now, this necessary action right now. I will say that it's similar in offshore wind, and I'll wrap up so that we can get to everybody, but it's very similar in offshore wind where the technology exists but really needs to be replicated and scaled, and that government investment and government decisions at both a national level to not even the playing field between something like wind and offshore oil and gas, but actually tilt the playing field so that we are actually enabling these more sustainable development. Something like wind energy can happen, and governments can take that action. And I've talked a lot about governments because they, have an outsized responsibility and opportunity to lead the way here. But industries and businesses associated with this sectors also have a responsibility to advocate for them and to be powerful. They can be very powerful messengers when governments aren't sure about technology, about the feasibility, and weighing in a way that makes the opportunity created for industry and technology apparent is very helpful. So I'll stop there and just say I really look forward to the rest of the discussion.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And I think this idea of the government's role in investing in this transition and having the transition be fair and equitable is absolutely critical. Next up, I'm going to ask Paul Dobbins to say a few words. Paul, the microphone is yours. I think you're on mute.
There we go. I am an analog guy living in an increasingly digital world, so thank you for that. So I'm Paul Dobbins. I am the Senior Impact Investing Director at World Wildlife Fund, and I'm also the lead specialist for seaweed and shellfish farming. And want to spend just a few moments talking about the role of NGOs and our NGO in particular in these sectors. So my project is called Advancing Aquaculture for Climate Gain, and I'm focusing on the seaweed and shellfish sectors for the ecosystem services that it creates, the highly nutritious food products that come out of these farms, and for the jobs and coastal communities that it can develop. To give you some perspective on these two sectors, a shellfish farm will generate anywhere from 13 to 40 tons of animal meat product per hectare. A seaweed farm can generate anywhere from 6 to 60 tons of vegetative biomass per hectare, and both do so without utilizing any arable land, freshwater fertilizers, or pesticides. They're very low input food production systems. And while they operate, they actually provide some positive ecosystem services. Seaweed farms absorb CO2, nitrogen, and phosphorus, three things we have too much of in our bays, and provide oxygen. And shellfish filter the water, taking out organic nitrogen as they operate. We feel that if these two sectors of marine aquaculture were scaled, society would realize some significant climate and food production benefits. And when we look at how to scale these industries, we find that there are two barriers and an opportunity. The two barriers are social license to operate. We need to determine how to improve the dialogue around social license, because these operate in the Commonwealth, in the ocean. And we also need to look at markets. So Currently, the U.S. imports almost all of its seaweed and a significant portion of the shellfish that are consumed. And how can we turn those markets so that they find domestically produced product more appealing, and we can increase the production of domestically produced product to meet that demand from the consumer? And so we are doing some philanthropic work in the areas of social license and market development. And then we have a third pillar or third workflow, which is we are making direct equity investments in for-profit companies that will enable the expansion of the seaweed industry. And we're making those investments in companies that are either innovating around farm design or farm processing technologies, products or markets, or the biology, the strain selection of the species to increase yield, create greater temperature tolerance, or disease resistance. And this is a new approach for World Wildlife Fund. We have been operating in a very traditional conservation organization mode, and we've determined that we can accelerate the pace of change by taking our funding and putting it right into these small, innovative companies that are changing the way that business is done on the ocean. And with that, I'll wrap up and thank you for this opportunity to participate in this panel, and I look forward to the questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Paul. I think that this idea that these investments also have all sorts of multiple benefits, but because we're doing things in the public trust commons, we have to think about the social license to be allowed to do so. Next, I'm going to call on Brian. The microphone is yours.
Thank you, and wherever you are, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. This world of international web meetings is just a blast. So, in putting this panel together, you know, I can speculate on why Michael Jones reached out to us and to me to add a additional perspective. I sit here in Cleveland, Ohio, probably best known from an environmental standpoint for a river that used to catch on fire most infamously 51 years ago, as covered by Time magazine, that really brought the United States at least along this concept of policy as it relates to Clean Water Act, you know, the Drinking Water Act, and the formation of the EPA, and the burning of that working river here in Cleveland was really one of those kind of drivers in having that conversation move forward. You know, flash forward to today, and we have an interesting set of challenges and problems. And you know, the first couple guests just reminded me and makes it so that I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that we're talking about this at a global scale, but we sometimes don't pay enough attention to what's happening even within the U.S. scale, in particular around the Great Lakes region, which is, you know, more than 20% of the world's fresh surface water. So, you know, to that point, our work in Cleveland and in Ohio and throughout the basin here, which obviously includes Canada as well, is built upon, and I've built this on a really simple hypothesis, that a commitment to clean water can actually drive gross regional product. And that has turned out to be true. We've proven it. We're adding about 300 net new jobs annually just in Cuyahoga County here in Cleveland for what we call the water economy. And we're doing this without really any great assistance from a policy perspective. We're in a state here that doesn't really, I would say at best, they're agnostic to our activities, even though we're adding more jobs than any other sector right now. So I say all that to say we've taken this approach that is a bit more kind of middle out. So not bottom up, but also not top down, and are really letting the market help kind of drive this commitment that we have, not only to clean water, but to a sustainable society here in the Rust Belt. How we're doing that, I think, is key, and that is problem identification. Our problems here in the Great Lakes are worldwide problems. We just happen to have an ecosystem that's a little more robust in terms of trying to drive solutions to that. case in point, nutrient loading. Nutrient loading is a worldwide problem, but we happen to be the epicenter here in Lake Erie. Nutrient loading leading to harmful algal blooms, leading to a toxin called microcystin, which is a neurotoxin that famously shut down Toledo's entire water system in 2014 for 2.5 days. That being said, we've created an ecosystem here that's really driving new technology, new innovation that speaks to kind of a theme that I've heard all week within Blue Tech Week, which is around observation systems as a better way to, one, spend dollars in terms of managing how we're coping with these problems, but two, without those observation systems, it's hard to finance, and it's hard to finance input into these changes. So I just wanted to use that as more of a provocative setup piece that, yes, we need to be talking internationally. Yes, we need to be talking oceans, but we also need to be not only talking freshwater, surface water, groundwater, but, somebody brought up this equitable part of the conversation a few minutes ago. And I would say also that's something that we need to double down in terms of, even within the United States, that the, call it what you will, blue economy, the water economy is equitable here in the United States as well, because we're going to need our society to support and to back up these policy impacts. So, with that, I'm looking forward to engaging in any conversations, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. And I think that the discussion of the example of the Great Lakes and the cutting edge, if you will, the bleeding edge of the problems that have been faced there and the solutions that have been applied to them as a lessons learned globally is absolutely critical. Last but not least, my fourth panelist, Michael Jones, who all of you know. Take it away, Michael. The microphone is yours.
Thank you, Mark. And really, Mark, thank you for your leadership. When we did our first Blue Tech Investment Day, you were nice enough to come out and moderate that day for us. Your efforts and leadership are very much appreciated. It's great to have my partner Brian on from another cluster, in this case, because they're sitting on the Great Lakes on the water side. And I'm going to talk with my Blue Tech Cluster Alliance hat on and TMA Blue Tech hat on just for a second. Then I'm going to transfer over to talk about subsea sail. We do believe that water and ocean belong together, and I think most of your organizations, the three NGOs, are working in one way or another across that spectrum, and so we look forward to working with you both in the ocean and in the water space, water, in our case, both wastewater as well. One of the reasons I wanted to sit on here is we represent about 100 companies, and there's nothing like being on the other side of the table, in this case on the private sector side. And so I started a company 3.5 years ago called Subsea Sail, and I'm going to just take a minute and tell you about it and then ask you guys some questions, because there are some things that I think, there's some macro trends, if you will. I don't think the issue is technology. I think it's trying to figure out who's responsible, particularly in the open ocean, but who's going to pay for things. And I'd like to have an open discussion about that. So just a word about Subsea Sail. We started 3.5 years ago. We've created a revolutionary new semi-submersible vessel. So that means the wing sails above the water and everything else is below the water. Below the water, it can look like, like a whale. It can look like a shark. It can look like a stingray. We've patented that. We also patented a revolutionary new way to manage the wing sail. No motors, no lines, no pulleys. And it's really quite amazing. As a result of putting those two things together, we can drive the price of platforms down dramatically compared to anything that's out there in terms of an autonomous vessel. So I'll circle back to this, but when you think about IUU, combating IUU, or understanding noise pollution, part of the issue is ultra quiet platforms and driving the price down so we can be everywhere. And to be everywhere is important to understand the weather. It's important to understand noise, understand who's coming into an area that isn't supposed to be there. So we've developed this unique long duration, long residence platform. It's hyper quiet, and it also has virtually no signature, no radar signature, no heat signature. So it's hard to find it, which means we can get really close to a bad guy and take pictures. It also can submerge, which means that we can hide if somebody does find us or in bad weather. So we also have created, and we have a provisional patent on a new kind of a passive acoustic array, which is a fraction of the price of any acoustic array before, which means putting it on our vessel can go out in hundreds and thousands of places for bad guys coming in or to understand marine mammals. Some of the macro issues I'd like to bring up are climate change. We all know it's making a big difference, but there are more storms and they're getting more fierce. What is that going to do to shipping when 90% of all the goods go by ocean? We, in the last 6 months, have had two major disasters, one in Mauritius and one off Japan. And so just going autonomous and making it green, that's great. But we need to figure out how to avoid the kinds of crashes, the wrecks that have happened. And the ability to submerge underwater is one of those. To submerge underwater when two vessels a day are being seized by pirates, to hide from bad actors, to hide from bad weather, we think will be very important. Vessels are getting bigger, would mean we're creating more and more problems for remote locations and small islands, nations. How are we going to deliver things to them if they can't keep up with port facilities and the vessels get bigger and bigger? So we're looking at a different kind of a vessel that will be able to deliver smaller amounts of goods, but also be able to hide underwater if you get into a typhoon or a hurricane. And then finally, humanitarian aid. It is estimated that 60 to 80% of every dollar that we contribute, and I say we through the US government, through international governments, through NGOs, is used to buy the good and get it to wherever it needs to be used, 60 to 80%. If we can drop that price down, we can unleash billions of dollars. And so our vessel in a catamaran form or in a multi-hull form will be able to go right up onto a beach. And when you have a humanitarian disaster, it may be because of an explosion like in Beirut, it may be a tsunami like in Banda Aceh, it might be a war, there's any number of reasons, but what's going to happen is it's going to destroy the port, and it also may sink vessels. So now how do you bring a vessel in? And even if you can get the vessel in, how do you unload it if you have no port facilities? So an ability to sail in on the surface and unload easily, or even to go onto a beach, we think is really important. So again, I hope that I'm showing you that we have a revolutionary product, but the real question to me is not that. The real question is, who's going to pay to combat IUU? Who is going to pay to really fund the development and the placement and delivery of humanitarian aid? Who is going to fund open ocean noise pollution detection? I mean, we've all agreed noise pollution is a problem. It's a pollution. You can't use a vessel that's creating noise to listen for noise. You've got to come up with a really inexpensive vessel that can do that. So part of our issue is not coming up with a technology and who's going to fund this for developing countries and SIDS so that they have a way to do inter-island delivery that's efficient and affordable. I mean, the real questions to me are no longer the technology, and we're not alone. We've got other great technology companies. It's really how do we work with NGOs and government to take the lead in helping us figure out how to fund to solve the problems that we know exist. And Paul, you and I met at an aquaculture event a couple of years ago when we were both speaking out in California, in Monterey. But it was great to hear what you were talking about today, this funding right into the companies. I think that's important, but I think it's also important is to figure out how do we finance the solution. I'm not talking about the technology now, but getting it, who's going to do that work, and how do we solve the problem from end to end. So I'm really pleased to be on this panel again as a representative of one company, but maybe where I can stir the pot a little bit and see how we can work with the three of you and others to solve the problems that are getting worse over time.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Michael. I think this technology is a game changer fundamentally. I mean, and I think, we look at the most successful management of fisheries in the world. It was the places where a village could see their little bay or their little lagoon and could stop interlopers from coming in. We now, with this kind of technology, have the ability to have that same vision, but beyond the horizon. And I think that's going to be something that has to do with fishing. It's going to be something that has to do with, many other things. But you raise a fundamental point, which is, how do we pay for that? And I have a couple of thoughts, but I want to call on our panel as well. So I'm going to send the first question towards Anna Marie. You mentioned the high-level panel for a Sustainable Ocean Economies report coming out at the beginning of December. How do you feel like that, or the UN Decade for Ocean Science accelerates the 2030 agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, and how do they relate to opportunities for blue tech?
Yeah, thanks, Mark, for that question. So I think opportunities like the high-level panel, where you have a number of countries who are leaders in international oceans, but also in other ways, in a number of forums. And so they're coming together to say, this is important. A sustainable ocean economy is very important. They're creating a platform. It is an opportunity for everyone to, yes, applaud that leadership, and then also for the countries and all of us to carry it forward and not just applaud and say great, because it is great, but to really hold the countries and those who are supporting it accountable then for the actions that need to be taken to achieve the vision. And I mentioned IMO as one example. If when you have coalitions like this, really good actors, we see the High Ambition Coalition for climate change, addressing climate change, or High Ambition for biodiversity, the High Level Ocean Panel. The countries themselves stand up and saying, we think it's important, but then advocating with other governments. And I think that's the NGOs and industry can only do so much, but then the governments advocating government to government and saying, I'm going to do it, you can do it, and let's do it together, so that we even the playing field, back to that equity piece and figure it out together, is very important. So I think it creates that opportunity. High level panel, they're setting out the vision. It creates the opportunity for real action if they can do it. And I just want to, on the point about who pays, I don't know if we'll get to that, but just really quickly, I think that's a very interesting question. And it's got to be a combination of the regulatory folks, the bad actors, so people who are not following rules set out by whatever governance is the law of that part of the ocean, and and then the people who benefit. So if you're regulating an industry that benefits from that activity, and they're the ones causing the harm, or the harm you're trying to mitigate, the folks that benefit also need to pay, in addition to governments who are, of course, going to pay for some kind of monitoring. So it's a shared responsibility there.
Excellent. Brian, thinking about Michael's discussion point of who pays, in what you've seen in the Great Lakes, who paid? You faced all of these challenges, and the river is no longer on fire. And that's an older example, but who is paying for the accomplishments that you've seen in your region?
Sure. So to Anne Marie's point, when we look at the rivers that are slowly being recovered, through something known as areas of concern with Canada, a joint resolution to kind of protect these areas, a combination. So on one hand, some industry did pony up money, and there were some hefty fines and penalties, and there's legacy costs and legacy fines, and also just legacy, as companies like ArcelorMittal, now Cliffs, which, big steel mill here worldwide, but here in this region, they're also now thinking through their corporate, sustainability goals, their community and societal and governance kind of metrics as it relates to Wall Street. So on one hand, they're putting more money in, but what has been the key driver for us has been, and it's nowhere near the amount of money that we have or that we need, but it's, federal government. In our case, it's something known as the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative. And in this case, this is something where we've had very unique bipartisan support in this day and age. Even during, the last 4 years where the president's administration tried to zero that out, both sides of the aisle within the Senate and the House came together and said, not only are we not zeroing it out, we're going to grow it. So it was, 270 million a few years ago, 300 million. The last appropriations on the current appropriations were at 330 million. And then those funds are divided up through different federal agencies and then find their way into our programs and projects. But, that being said, it's somewhat of a dinosaur of a program already. We are advocating pretty strongly that there are carve-outs for things such as advanced monitoring, which, is not included, that we direly need. So part of this is getting people to think through the lens of what does the infrastructure that we need tomorrow look like today? So getting folks to realize that, for us, it's the data infrastructure, it's sensor infrastructure. So who's going to pay for all of that? And we've only been able to go so far. Now, the flip of this is we're making the case to Ohio. In our case, we have a $90 million annual program called H2 Ohio to work on water quality to say, look, fantastic, Governor DeWine, you're putting in $90 million a year around water quality, starting with nutrient pollution. But that being said, you're kind of going into this blindly. You're re-engineering some wetland reconstruction. You're paying farmers for things like cover crops. They're not thinking large enough and far enough. So the issue right now is how do we get them to think through more data, more monitoring is going to allow for better management actions or better return on investment. And that way we'll get more dollars put into this. And then also, things like how can we create a market for certain winter cover crops, that will allow for more kind of nature-based solutions.
Excellent. Paul, I'm going to basically send the same kind of question towards you, but whereas Brian's was a regional thing, yours is a industrial sector that you're focusing on. Where is the money coming from for sustainable aquaculture and impact investing in sustainable aquaculture? Who's paying?
Yeah, I agree with the rest of the panel, Michael. That's a very provocative and excellent question, and it's at the level of regions, it's at the level of sectors, and the level of nations. And who pays for aquaculture are the consumers, right? Aquaculture is a food production system. It produces food, and consumers pay for that food at the very fundamental level. An investment occurs when investors think they can get a return that is, appropriate for the risks that they take and the outcomes that they're looking for. And so the very first level of payment is the consumer. And so the question becomes, can we get consumers to focus more on local aquaculture products than perhaps imported? Those products may have a higher cost, and how do we deal with that? And then the investors, part of the challenge getting investment into these sectors is social license. So the regulatory process is fragmented by the states, and the same is true in other countries, right? The regions and then federal level, and that permitting process takes quite a long time. And if you're an investor in an aquaculture organization and you want that to grow, you're going to need more space. And that time adds a lot of risk and the uncertainty on whether you can get permitted. And so part of who is going to pay and will they pay comes to how we as a society decide we want to allocate our ocean space and what is allowed in that. And then stepping back broader to Michael, to your question, I immediately thought of shipping lanes. And when you think of our interstate highway system, all of us benefit from it. All the citizens see it. We all use it, and industry uses it as well. In the case of the ocean, these shipping lanes primarily just used by industry, so we as consumers don't see the benefits. But I do think that we need to figure out how do we get as much investment into our EEZ as we've put into our breadbasket, and how do we, right? I have relatives that are large farmers in the Midwest, and they ship their product. That product gets shipped out to the coast on infrastructure that was created with federal tax dollars. We get products shipped into the country and shipped out of the country, in a sense, on an interstate system, if you will. It's an interocean system, and we should lobby to make sure that we're doing the appropriate thing to develop that infrastructure in a sustainable way as well. But it's just really hard. The ocean's hard. The average citizen sees just the surface and maybe not even that, because they live inland and don't interact with the ocean on a daily basis.
Yeah, and the ocean that they see the surface of looks just the same at sunset with a glass of wine, whether it's dead and polluted than if it's clean and abundant. Michael, let me try. So we're in the middle of a project. We're wrapping up a project for the Caribbean Environment Program of the UN, and it's a blue economy analysis project. We were to analyze the Caribbean and figure out locations for blue economy investment, and then think about the investment plans for 3 pilot examples. And so the answer to the question in that context is a very blended finance type of an answer, where there's things that the government should do, there are things that philanthropy should do, there are things that local governments should do, and all of that is to build towards a place where there is traditional finance, whether it be venture capital type investing first, and then a company going public, and then debt as well. So you have private and public finance, private and public debt. You have multilateral institutions and governments and foreign direct assistance monies that help with debt guarantees and all of those sorts of things. And you design that so that it is the first in, the patient capital, the different layers that get these things done. And in this instance, taking your subsea sail example, one could imagine that a multilateral investment bank would help finance the pilot experimentation of using that for patrolling a marine protected area. Having multiple demonstrations that prove the efficacy of the technology, prove the efficacy of the company, then that enables the company to take the next step up on the rung of equity finance, and we just keep building and building and building. I think that we have the mechanisms, we just haven't applied them necessarily to these newest things yet, right? And this is part of the point I was trying to make. Some of our oldest investments in the sea came from Lloyd's of London in the 1400s, right? It was we know how to do this. We've done it before. So let me toss this question at you, Michael, that came from Anna Maria. I am curious about how you think about this issue of a just transition, a transition that is just and equitable. And what role would a company like Subsea Sail play in that? You're on mute still, Mike.
Yes, thank you. It had to happen at least once today. First of all, the fact that you're all here is so great, and the fact that 10 years ago people weren't talking about the blue economy and blue tech, we've made enormous progress in a short period of time. But the Earth doesn't have a lot of time, so we're all impatient, right? We all want to move fast, particularly when you're a small company, when you think you've done something revolutionary, and you're trying to grab somebody by the lapels and get them to listen so that you can figure out how to go forward. Sometimes it's hard to say, oh yes, we'll be part of a process and it's going to take X amount of time. So let me talk just for a second about let's just say the equity side of this. One of the goals that we have is we want to make sure that every marine institute everywhere in the world has access to affordable platforms and sensors. Right now it's basically developed countries. We've gone from manned vessels to very expensive autonomous vessels. And part of what we're trying to do at TMA Blue Tech, and I am a member, I'm president of TMA Blue Tech, but I'm the managing partner of Subsea. We're trying to drive the price down. So I want every marine institute everywhere in the world to have the ability to gather information and know better about the opportunity, the weather that's coming in their direction, the ability to predict longer in advance, the ability to know what it looks like underneath the water, so you know if you're in a tsunami area or if a tsunami is coming, the ability to count the fish, the ability to fight off the IUU interlopers. So today we can't put enough vessels out because they're too expensive. So our goal is to drive the price of technology down to make it as accessible as possible. If you believe if you're a capitalist, you believe in the elasticity of demand. And so we want to drive the price down so that we can listen everywhere to understand where we humans are creating noise. And the only way to do that is make the products much less expensive. So we have a provisional patent on a passive acoustic array. And Paul, I've actually been in contact in the last couple of days with one of your colleagues out in Asia that are interested in IUU, and so we're going to be extending some information. But the ability to help protect the traditional industries, very important as far as we're concerned. And making the ability to have jobs, we're engineering these for simplicity. So they hopefully don't break much, but when they do break, they can be repaired in situ. We're also looking at one of our newest members has got some anti-fouling components. And so we're experimenting with those on our vessel, but partially so that we can transfer that to other of our companies and of course to less developed countries. The issue for me though is when I see, and Paul, you mentioned this, and of course we think about the highway system in the United States, it's pretty obvious that the United States, from a defense point of view, said we got to send this stuff around and there's an economic justification. But the economic justification for the shipping lines is there are fewer and fewer vessels going fewer and fewer places. And if you look at the traffic to the SIDS, left out, and they cannot get enough money to update their ports. So we're now thinking about how do we deliver to them? There's an agency in Greece whose whole job it is to try and maintain the cultural patrimony, because depending on what you call an island in terms of size, there's between 1,200 and 5,000 islands in the Greek nation. Some of those are 2,000-year-old villages, and they're dying because they can't get a vessel in. They can't afford to pay for the ports, and there isn't enough transport. So one of our vessels in a multi-hull will be able to go up. It can disappear underwater in bad weather, but it'll be able to, hopefully, we think, help maintain the cultural patrimony of a place on a Greek island. Now, how do I get the Greek islanders, A, to understand that, and B, to pay for that? How do I get humanitarian aid where 60 to 80 cents of every dollar is used for logistics? With that nameless humanitarian crisis, victimless and you don't know where it's going to hit and when, how do I monetize that so that I can say, I can put something off your shore? You don't have storage, but I can be your storage offshore with my vessels, and I can hide underwater so somebody can't come out and rob me. So my issues are, I think the NGOs do amazing things, and working with Mark and Ocean Conservancy over the years with Sandra and so many of the wonderful people there. I'm like you. I'm trying to figure out how do we do it better, and we want to bring technology and ideas to the table so we can work together to solve the problems that I think we all recognize, and ones that are coming at us because of climate change, because of the narrowing of the lanes in the ocean as to where people will go. The cost is so high on a remote island today. And so if we can bring that price down, how many millions of people, how many cultures can we save? So again, I can't look and say, you know, on this island, we're going to save them X. But I think from a macro point of view, this kind of a vessel, and again, I'm only using us as an example of other companies that we're working with. I think we need to sit down on a common NGO level with industry, you know, and we got to bring humanitarian NGOs in who aren't necessarily thinking about the ocean per se. They're just trying to figure out how do we get the right things to people, and they're flying them in because usually the ports are destroyed. So I think yes, we have to decarbonize. Yes, we have to think about smarter ports, but a lot of places aren't going to have the money and the volume to get a smart port. So how do we deal with them? How do we deal with those people in underserved communities around the world? And so I would love to, after this, have a further discussion about how we do that. I hope I partially answered, Anne-Marie, your question.
Michael, I think you did a fantastic job answering the question. In fact, I think there are at least 4 different topics in there that could lend themselves to another hour each on you know using this sort of thing for for saving cultures, the helping SIDS, helping in foreign direct assistance and emergencies. I mean, each one of those topics should get an hour each itself. We only have a couple of minutes left, so I'm going to throw it back to each one of you one at a time. And what I'm going to challenge you to do in a minute or so each is, where are we going to be 4 years from now if we succeed in promoting the blue economy? And Marie, why don't we start with you? Where are we going to be 4 years from now on shipping and offshore wind and things that you're working on, if we really do promote the blue economy as the way forward?
Sure. And hopefully this gets a little bit at what Michael was talking about too. The first thing that comes to mind is that we have much, and by we, I mean the companies or the solutions, these industries that we think fit the mold of sustainable blue economy, have greater access to financing and financial products that enable their operation. And that is where government really, again, I just think, you know, public policy is public funding and vice versa. And governments have the ability to provide guarantees, to de-risk. They can buy at a scale that decreases cost. We see defense do this all the time. And if we were looking at ocean observations in a similar way, you know, that's one of the answers to driving down cost and making these things more accessible to a whole bunch of people. So I think it's about access to financing and innovative financial products in 4 years that, you know, we can do that right now. There's lots of industries and examples that have done that. And that's my real short answer.
No, that's great. That's great. Paul, what about aquaculture?
If we're successful in 4 years, there'll be more people in coastal communities producing more food out of the ocean in a sustainable fashion. And our policymakers and regulators will have a better understanding of the potential for the blue economy for a food production system. And we will start to see some of the benefits in that economy that the terrestrial-based food production economy has enjoyed for many, many decades, which I think, you know, it'll be a small start. 4 years isn't a long time for anything that happens on the ocean, as we all know, but I think the trajectory will be in the right direction.
And just a quick related question: how is the government, our government, going to manage that, right? I mean, we have a Department of Agriculture. We don't have a quote unquote Department of Aquaculture. We have a little office in NOAA, but how are we going to manage this?
That's above my pay grade. That's a tough. Hopefully well, right? Hopefully we'll manage it well. I don't know where to sit. I would say let's look to other countries. If you look to New Zealand, aquaculture is managed in the Ministry of Agriculture. And the Minister of Agriculture will come out and say, aquaculture is strategically important for our agrarian nation. And they get a great amount of support.
Mark, I'm wondering if you've frozen. Mark?
No.
Well, I'm going
Yeah.
to make an assumption. Brian, why don't you go next? Your summation.
Sure. Well, I mean, I'll double down on Anna Marie. You know, on one hand, it's this access to finance, you know, has to be there. And then I'll very simply say to that last little question there is, you know, also success would be that water, at least in the United States, has a home at the DC level. Right now, it doesn't. It's scattered among so many different departments and nobody owns it. So, you know, finance and also having a little more kind of direct engagement by a singular, you know, body at the federal level would be, you know, home runs. And also keep in mind that, you know, when we talk about finance, it's not, you know, it's not just, you know, how do we finance new products, new fisheries, things like that, but, you know, it's going to be, you know, whole new innovative financial kind of infrastructure as part of this, and that'd be a home run.
I thought Mark might be back by this time. Maybe he'll allow me then to begin to wrap us up. At 10:15, we have another panel. We have a little break right now. I want to first say that I so much appreciate WWF and Ocean Conservancy, Ocean Foundation coming today, because we look at all of you as an integral part of how we're going to address these issues. And I'd love to, you know, kind of have some additional discussion. And I think Mark is a great convener because some of the work that he has done and some of the pioneering work he's done on the investment side as well with the Rockefeller family. And now I think more recently with, I can't remember, Goldman Sachs or who he's working with, but several different organizations. So some of these issues of combating IUU and noise pollution and how do we deal with humanitarian aid, maybe we can have some discussions rather than wait a whole year and say, let's have a couple of specific panels. I am so pleased. I think from an aqua optimism point of view, we are so much further ahead than we were 10 years ago, but we're at an inflection point. And so now it's really up to us to I think, accelerate to a sustainable blue economy. So we're going to call this one a wrap shortly, but I think it would be useful to have some discussions about how we fund these. And, you know, again, Mark and Paul and Anne-Marie and other NGOs to come in and maybe have some discussions on how we deal with these larger problems where they're far beyond one country or two countries. So I think what I'll do is take the gavel prerogative, and apparently Mark has said, I think, said that he has dropped off. Mark, if you're back, we'd love for you to do the wrap up, but otherwise, I'm going to thank you.
I am back. My internet blinked out for a moment, and it took a minute or so to rejoin. Thank you, Michael, once again for organizing Blue Tech Week in San Diego, and I think this panel was great fun, and I want to thank Paul and Brian and Anne-Marie and you for joining in this panel for a really robust discussion, which I think raised more questions than it necessarily answered, and more topics for us to dig into for the future, and that in some ways maybe the best kind of a panel, because it will, generate thought and keep people scratching their head. I really enjoyed doing it, and thank you for the invitation again. Please join me, everyone, in thanking the panelists for their contribution today.
Unfortunately, there's not much way to do that other than just clap silently. Mark, great job. I think while you were off, Brian did a little summation, I did a little summation, but I'd like to ask you if you'd be willing to take some kind of a role in helping us discuss some of these issues, because I really feel like they're very important, and I don't want to wait a year. And this has nothing to do with
a great idea.
Not just subsea sale, but I think we can bring companies to the table, and it doesn't matter if we invest in the company if we can't figure out how to go solve the problem.
Yeah.
And I think the NGOs aren't going to come up with all the money, but they have an important voice. And if we all come together, and say this is a big issue, and we're here with industry, we can create jobs and we can solve problems together. I think that's a very compelling message. And I see Rick Spinrad was with us, and others in this new administration hopefully would be very receptive to that. So thank you for your leadership. If you are willing to take on that role, I think we ought to talk after this. We're going to call this particular panel a wrap. We're going to start at 10:15. We have two more great panels, and then we're going to do a hangout together at 10:30. Excuse me, at 10:15. The U.S. Commercial Service and a number of our companies will be discussing how do we help companies around the world. And so there's a number of commercial service officers from around the world that will speak. And then following that, we'll have a drill down into the city and the county of San Diego as a microcosm. And we've got some great politicos on the economic development side. And then we've got companies that will be talking about it. So we really look forward to you staying with us, and then hopefully coming and having a soft drink or a beer at the end at 12:30. So thank you. Great panel, Mark, Anne-Marie, Paul, Brian. Thank you very much. We'll see you in about 10 minutes.
Thank you.
So
Bye-bye.
Michael,
Yes.
Michael, just for your knowledge, we've had to make some adjustments on the background. So we'll actually be staying on this channel until 11:15. So
Okay.
the commercial service is here and ready. So for any of those who would like to, have some discussion, that's great. If not, for those who'd like to take a bio break or stretch, which everybody should be standing up and staring at something other than the screen for a bit, or stretching, that's great. But we will be staying here, Michael, just so you know, because it's an adjustment from your sheet for the day. So we will be staying here until 11:15.
Okay. Well, I don't think we've ever had enough time to discuss everything. So why don't we just take a few moments, 3 or 4 minutes, and then get started.
All right.
I think that would be wonderful. Let's use every minute we have together. And I know that we're going to have a very robust discussion.
Yes.
So who's moderating the next panel?
Mary Ann Burke from the Commercial
Oh, excellent.
Service.
Mary Ann, are you on?
I am on. Yes, I
Hello,
will.
Mary
Okay.
Ann. How are you
Yes.
today?
I'm good. Thank you. Can you hear me okay? All right, I
We
got
hear you
this on.
perfectly.
Okay, great. And Melissa, do you want me to manage the slides? Do you want me to upload them, or do you guys have them ready to go?
We have them. If you want to do the slides, you can, but we do have them up and ready. So it's up to you.
Okay.
It's entirely up to you if you your team prefers, to run them. But even still, you guys are going to have to kind of do next slide. So it's entirely up to you.
Then that's fine. Yeah, if you guys have them ready to go, then yeah. That'll
we
work.
do.
Thank you.
So, and thank you for making the adjustment on the fly. So we're glad it all worked out.
Yeah, no problem.
Mary Ann, I would suggest, because every panel we have had great questions and great interaction, and I think the last one was a good example. We've agreed we'll reconvene to talk about some of the issues that came up. And so I think that's the best thing that could happen, is to have a panel where people say we've got some action items afterwards. things to do. And I know we've got a couple of our companies that will be interacting with some of your, with the wonderful commercial service officers around the world. So rather than wait 4 more minutes, I think we ought to get started.
Okay. All right. That sounds great. So yeah, I'll just wait for those slides. And in the meantime, yeah, it's a privilege to be on here with you guys today. It's been a wonderful week and some great topics. So yeah, I just want to really introduce my esteemed colleagues from the U.S. Commercial Service. And we're really just going to do an overview of who we are, how we help U.S. exporters, you know, and take any questions at the end. So if you want to raise your hand or use the chat function, I'll be monitoring that as we go around the world and hear from our colleagues on the marine technology team and environmental industries, environmental technology team as well, which is a little bit different, similar but different. So yeah, I'll just wait and get those slides up next. There's 2 separate slideshows. So one has some of the markets, the other one is a separate Portugal slideshow. So yes, that Marine Tech Global Team one is perfect. So we'll go ahead and start with that. And essentially, my colleagues, so who we are, and I know there's been a lot of talk of the Department of Commerce, and we are an agency within Commerce. And because Commerce is such a catch-all agency, within that department, we are the International Trade Administration. And then more specifically, our team members today are part of the U.S. Commercial Service, which have offices across all 50 states and in about 80 countries around the world, operating the commercial section of the U.S. embassies and consulates. So that's who you'll be hearing from. 3 markets today from our colleagues in Canada, in Brazil, and in Portugal. And we'll go around the world in that order. And their bios are on the Whova app, so I won't go into that. So we can go into really more of the content of and what you're here to discuss today. So with that, I will turn it on. Well, I'll just do some brief intros right now, but then we'll just kind of go around the world in that order. And the first speaker today will be Aaron Davidson. Sorry, Aaron. And he is with our San Diego office. So many of you probably know him very well already. And he is our deputy team leader for our marine technology team. And so basically there are about 16 industry teams that the U.S. Commercial Service focuses on. You'll hear from 2 of them today, one of which is our marine technology team that Aaron will speak to. And then we will have Ryan Russell, who's the team leader for the environmental technologies team. He's based in our Pittsburgh office. And then we will go to Canada with Stefan Popescu, who is our senior advisor up in Toronto at the U.S. consulate there. And then we'll go south to Brazil with Fabiola Rios, who's our commercial specialist who covers marine tech. And then, and she's at the U.S. consulate in Recife. And then Teresa Wagner, who covers environmental tech in Sao Paulo. And then we'll wrap it up and go to Portugal. You've heard a lot about Portugal and Europe today. So we'll round it out with Ana Vila, who's our international commercial advisor at the U.S. Embassy in Lisbon. So she covers both industry teams. So with that, Aaron, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Marianne, and good morning to everybody. Michael and team at TMA Blue Tech, thank you again for putting together yet another wonderful Blue Tech week full of robust conversation and exchange. It's a shame, of course, as it's been said many times already, that we can't all be together, but in spite of the obvious hurdles, it's been an amazing program. So again, my hat's off to all of you. As Marianne mentioned, we we have within the Department of Commerce, the International Trade Administration, these various global teams. Global teams are effectively internal centers of excellence where we are able to galvanize our colleagues from all throughout the world, throughout the United States, that focus on certain areas of interest, in this case, marine technology, to be able to coordinate our efforts and work together. And effectively what that means for all of you is that we're able to bring our best to the table and make sure that our efforts are in sync and harmonized so that we can most effectively serve our client companies. So with respect to our marine technology team, we're broken up into the 4 areas that are listed here on this slide. The first, and I think probably the most relevant to what we've been learning about over the course of this Blue Tech Week, is of course ocean technology. But we also focus on pleasure boats, port infrastructure, and then of course ships and shipbuilding. These are all absolutely catch-all terms for industry. I think if I can have you take any sort of leave behind from this, is just to keep in mind that whatever it is that you make, whether it's UAVs, whether it's parts, connectors, whether it's equipment for specific submarkets like oil and gas or aquaculture, whatever the case is, our categorizations of these subsectors aren't as important as the fact that at the end of the day, we are here to help you, the U.S. company, sell your products, sell your services into the international markets of interest to you. And we have a wide range of services in order to do that. But again, we want to emphasize the idea of these teams because it demonstrates our internal areas of focus, and the marine technology area, in no small part actually to Michael Jones many years ago, stampeding through the halls of the Department of Commerce, knocking on doors and saying, hey, Department of Commerce, why are you not focused on this massive and important industry as an umbrella industry? And that opened a lot of eyes, and we continue to open a lot of eyes to marine technology. So again, for those of you in this space that operate anywhere in these areas, please do not hesitate to reach out to us. As Marianne mentioned, I am here in San Diego. I know many of you of course know me. If you're not here in San Diego, you can always reach out to me and I will direct you to our appropriate contact. I'll leave it at that, and I will turn the floor over to my friend and colleague, Ryan Russell, who will speak to the environmental technology team. And again, happy to take questions after. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. If we could advance the slides. There we go. I'm Ryan Russell. As Aaron said, I head our environmental technologies team, and I sit in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And the environmental technologies team, Aaron's already done a really good job of describing the role of our teams. And, the only things I would add is they serve as an affinity group, really, around which our entire global organization coalesces over certain industry sectors. Environmental technologies covers the water, wastewater, and industrial water sector, which is of most relevance to the Blue Tech Week participants this week. But also within our remit is the air pollution control technologies, as well as waste management and pollution. And we have about 220 specialists throughout the US and around the world that focus on these industry sectors as all or part of their particular portfolio. And like Aaron said, what that means for you as US companies is that any one of us, Aaron in San Diego, myself in Pittsburgh, or any of us in the US who are your local points of contact, have access to this global network of industry expertise, knowledge, awareness of local players, local events, local regulations. So it's a way for us as an organization to really leverage the entire organization to bring that value to you as a US exporter. If you could advance the slide, please. You have to advance several times, yeah. Thank you. One more. So for our particular purposes, the environmental technologies team, just to give you a little bit of how we support US companies, We produce a monthly newsletter in which we share leads, upcoming events, market intelligence, and opportunities that we're aware of around the globe. We organize frequent webinars on global market opportunities, and we also provide support at ongoing major trade events, both domestically and internationally. For example, I've put a few of our ongoing initiatives on the slide here. In Morocco, for example, we have really good connections with the government of Morocco and some upcoming projects that they're looking at in terms of water and wastewater treatment. And we've got some matchmaking programs that are available. Right now, as we speak, in fact, there is ongoing a virtual trade show in Lima, Peru called Expo Agua, where we as the U.S. Commercial Service have a booth where U.S. participating companies are able to exhibit virtually and connect with some of the decision makers and key players in Peru's water and wastewater sectors. And we're also in partnership with, I believe many of you are familiar with the Singapore International Water Week, which by all measures should have taken place this past summer, but for obvious reasons was postponed until June 2021. So next summer, we will be supporting U.S. participants at the Singapore International Water Week. And those are just a few examples of the many global opportunities where we support U.S. companies as they're seeking to do business around the world. But bottom line is, just to reinforce what Aaron had said, that there is a global team out here that is available to support you in your exporting needs. And we have the ability locally to connect you with the expertise and the folks who know the industry best in any of the international markets that you're looking to explore. So I know we're going to get excellent examples of that with our guest speakers from Canada, from Portugal, and from Brazil. And I don't want to take up too much of their time because they're really the true stars of our organization and the ones who bring just tremendous value really to our U.S. exporters. So if you could just advance the slide one more time, this is going to have my contact information on it. Can you advance the slide again, please? There we go. Just to leave you, here's my contact information, including the link to our industry website where we do post all the aforementioned newsletters and opportunities to sign up for any of our upcoming events and initiatives. So would encourage you to bookmark that website, visit us often, and my contact information is here. I am always here as a resource to connect you with your local trade specialists so that they can tie you into our global network of trade professionals. So with that, I will turn the floor over to our next speaker then. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. So next up is Stefan to speak about an overview on Canada and information on these industries. So if you could advance the slide for him.
Yes, this is it. Thank you. Stefan Popescu is the name. I hope everybody hears. We always have some issues with the sound. Good day to everybody from whatever part of the world. I'm based in Toronto, Canada, at the United States Consulate in Toronto. I'm also obviously covering in environment and with it also marine technologies, part of the assignment. I'm going to present just a few words overall about Canada, first of all, and then something about the market as opportunities, just about 10,000 feet view, something like that. And then, of course, our availability for assistance in the Canadian Post and Offices meeting. Next slide, please. So overall about Canada, I'm assuming that most of the people heard about the country. It's a really very big one. Speaking as footprint, is actually the second largest in the world, but population is very scarce, about 36 million compared with the United States, of course. The GDP, however, is very important, is one of the developed countries, and it was always ranked about 10th or 11th in the world by GDP. The relationship with the United States, meaning importance with the companies from the United States, is really actually the largest relationship in the world, if counting everything like trade, investment, and tourism, for example, something like that. It's $1.7 trillion annually, so it's really huge. is the world's largest economic relationship. If we're talking about the imports, for example, total imports of goods only, products only imported from worldwide, it's about $450 billion, of which more than 50% is actually coming from United States. But now coming down to the areas of marine technology would be important. On the map here, I presented how is the Canadian officials, the government, and the industries looking from that point of view to the map. There are the marine technologies areas. There are about 6, starting from alphabetically, maybe from the north, from the Arctic, which is now growing more and more in importance. And then all the others are numbered around the map. Next slide, please. Here I'm just pointing out a couple of important things about the regulatory environment. At the international level, it's important to mention that Canada is signed and is member of the Paris Accord. It's having important programs at the government and the federal government and the local level for the climate change and environmental protection processes. An important thing is also the new United States-Mexico-Canada agreement, which was signed recently, and by that, obviously, the continuation of the past agreement, the products which are manufactured, originated from United States, from the signatory countries, most of them, 99.9% actually, are having no custom duty, so it's good for the trade. In Canada, at the federal level, there are 2 important regulatory authorities. There are the so-called ministries. Now in the United States, would be called departments. The environment one, there is Environment Canada is called. The other one is Transport Canada, which are overseeing all the important regulations for the respective sectors. Regarding the standards, important to know is here that actually almost all of the standards are harmonized with the United States respective standard. If not entirely equal or identical, then the differences are really small, not very important. But sometimes are still having some importance in the trade relationship, because by regulation also Canada is just another country and has own relationship, and the authorities at the provincial level have the saying in everything which is public safety, that is including also the certifications of the product and the enforcement of checking the product being introduced in the market. So most of the products are subject to safety certifications and has to be a Canadian certification. But the main important agencies worldwide which are providing such certification are also accepted, provided that they are mentioning in their trademark, in their certification mark, also the fact that complies with the Canadian standards, which, as I mentioned, actually are very similar to the United States. It's only important for the US companies to know if they are asking a certification in the United States, not in Canada. They can ask also for CSA. The Canadian this is the most important, most well-known. Actually, there are also others, but the most well-known in Canada is CSA. When asking for certification from other agencies, just to make sure to ask, hey, please confirm that we are complying also with the Canadian standards and regulations. In that case, usually it's another C added to the respective mark. Next slide, please. Regarding the market characteristic in general, it's not only for the marine technologies, but there are some couple of aspects to have in mind. It's first of all, which is important, is the business climate and the culture is very similar to the United States. It's not really like you have to go to other customs, other way of approaching the partners or things like that. Important for the development is that it's a stable market. There is a regulatory, very stable environment, and there is a growing market all the time. There are no regulation asking or imposing very strict content from domestic content. And also important is to know that it's a very highly competitive market. So you would be meeting competitors exactly like in United States, either from internally, from here, from Canada, or for all major worldwide players will be present also. As a size, I put it a couple of numbers on the right side of the slide, just to show how much is integrated the environment and technology, for example, which is including everything also part of it, marine technology. So we're talking about a market of 3.7, 3.6 billion dollars. It is really, really impressive. Yeah. It go into some specific items in the environmental technologies, for example, which part of them is actually in the marine technology use. You can see we're talking of hundreds of millions by specific product categories, like for example in surveying, hydrographic, oceanographic, it's over $200 million. So it's really huge, important one. Next slide. As opportunities, again, I can only mention in such short time only a few areas by specific economic sectors. In the environment, there would be the water quality, quantity monitoring and measurement. As it was in the previous slide, there are about $300 and something million annually imported for something like that. Obviously, not everything is in the marine technology, but a part of it, maybe, I don't know, 5-10% is definitely in that area. In the transportation sector, for example, for shipbuilding or something like that, there are, for example, in the past 3-4 years, there was started about $10 billion contracts in total. I did about 3, 4, 5 contracts, $10 billion to be to build coastal naval ships and also Arctic ships for the Canadian government. And infrastructure, there are shipyards, there are port authorities, there are oil and gas, LNG terminals, which are along the marine areas on the coast of Canada. Obviously, they have a lot of needs, and there is a lot of developments for marine technologies related to such type of infrastructure objectives. In the energy sector, just as as one example to mention, there is an important project and research in Bay of Fundy, developing and studying the production of energy from the tidal waves. And there are a lot of such local small research products all along the rivers, for example, along the Great Lakes and things like that. Next slide. Now, coming to United States commercial service in Canada, our team in Canada is obviously located at the U.S. mission offices. We have people, staff at 4 locations, not in every consulate or location of United States mission, but we have at the United States Embassy in Ottawa, at the capital. And of course, we have at the consulates, U.S. consulates in Montreal, in Toronto, where I am located, and also in Calgary. And from these locations, we are covering obviously also all the entire territory of Canada, including marine technologies along the shores of the Canadian country. Next slide. Now, as services, you already have seen, and my colleague presented at the beginning our overall type of services for U.S. commercial service. Specifically in Canada, just I'd like to mention in addition that in trade counseling, we have specific information by province or by federal level, depending what is needed for the US company. On market intelligence, we have specific reports. Some of them are actually in-depth reports or assessments of sectors. There is not one specifically only for marine technologies, but we have, for example, for environmental technology, we have one such sector that is covered in an important report. What we provide is more important would be direct business matchmaking assistance, either from one particular company when somebody needs to find a partner, depending on the business partner, meaning distributor or the end user of some product or agents or something like that. We can search and find, we have databases, contacts, and we can make the connections. Or we also can organize an event for a company, for like in these photos here, where we invite, as a U.S. mission, invite specifically targeted potential partners to make for them a presentation of new technologies, new development, and the U.S. company would present their products and technologies, and that way it will be connected directly with a number of attendees, which would be potential partners. In advocacy, obviously, we make interventions at the request of U.S. companies which are eligible for such services. We can make interventions to the Canadian authorities, either the federal or the provincial government levels, in order to make sure that they are accepted and there is a plain level field for the competition, and trying to emphasize obviously the advantages of the US companies. And also we have such programs for trade and investment promotion. Investment promotion is when we are trying to attract from Canada companies to invest in United States, either in companies or develop new companies to start in order to create jobs. That's an overview of the activities, but obviously there are much more details that could be discussed depending on the needs of each US company. So it's only a matter of connecting us. Next slide. This is just wanted to mention my contact coordinates here, and also I included the contact coordinate of my colleague Luz Betancourt, which is located at the embassy in Ottawa. She's also covering specifically the marine transportation, the shipbuilding, things like that. So either way, anybody that has any needs in the Canadian market can contact either me directly or my colleague Luz in such products. And with that, I think I've covered the general information, but obviously for any other more details, please don't hesitate to contact us either directly or through the domestic offices which we have and which are available through the Department of Commerce website, the trade.gov. You go by contact us, and that will be. Thanks very much. And with that, I'll give you over to my colleague.
Thank you, Stefan. A terrific overview on both of those industries. And we'll go now down to South America. And we have two presentations from Brazil. And we'll start off with Fabiola in Recife on marine technologies.
Thanks, Marianne. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, afternoon for me here. Good morning to some of you. My name is Fabiola Rios, and together with my colleague, Teresa Wagner, we'll be presenting on the Brazilian market. We'll be giving you an overview of the ports and water and wastewater related sectors. If you can pass the next slide, please. So just going over what we'll be talking about today, I'm just going to give a brief overview about Brazilian numbers and doing business in Brazil. Then we'll go a little more into detail about the industries. Next slide, please. So Brazil is huge, as all of you know. We are about a population of 210 million people. The GDP last year was close to 1.9 trillion. The GDP growth about 1.1%. And of course, this year, as we all have been affected by the pandemic, the projected GDP growth is estimated for a negative 4.8, which actually has improved in the past couple of months as we become to see some recovery in the economy. So it is expected to be not as bad as the estimates we had around in the mid of the year. Next slide, please. So again, Brazil, as of last year, was the 8th largest economy, again, with almost 1.9 trillion in GDP, and yet it ranked as 71 in the World Competitiveness Report, despite being the most improved economy in the region. Brazil has some issues, which I'll go over in a bit, that doesn't make as such a competitive market. It is, though, the 9th largest U.S. export market with a very diversified economy, and it is an easy access to other South American countries, as we are a member of the Mercosur. Next slide, please. So Brazil had gone through a very deep economic recession, especially from 14 to 16. And as it was seeing some recovery, we were hit by the pandemic this year, just like everybody else around the world, unfortunately. The good news is that, the current administration really has a macroeconomic reform agenda that looking to make Brazil a more business-friendly environment, especially for foreign investors, that want to invest in infrastructure in the country. And this administration has also been able to pass along, or at least is in the process of passing, important reforms such as pension system, which has already passed, and labor and tax reforms, super important for the country, are undergoing and in discussion at Congress at the moment. However, imported goods have become really more expensive in the local market. A combination of political and economic scenarios internally and externally, but also the strength of the dollar, the exchange rate, really has gone up a lot this past few months, especially, and it impacts the U.S. exports, of course. But we do see that this impacts more and more, consumer goods and products that are more sensitive to price. When it comes to, high technology equipment and solutions, or products, capital products that really need the quality component is really having decision making. The Brazilians still see the quality weights in a lot, so it's not just about the price. So even though the exchange rate and just the current instability, especially internally, it is making more complicated to import some goods. For some sectors, that doesn't impact as much. I think that's what I wanted to say. Next slide, please. So doing business in Brazil is complex, to say the least. It does require a very intimate knowledge of the local environment, including the so famous Custo Brasil, which translates a lot into logistical costs. It is expensive in Brazil, and also I think someone has the mic open, I think. But anyway, with that also, bureaucracy in Brazil is really high, and the taxation system very complex. So all of that makes doing business in Brazil quite challenging. So it is strongly encouraged to have a local agent or distributor, and we have to admit that the government of Brazil is making also positive efforts to reduce the bureaucracy and some of those trade barriers. We have a few examples here, like the ex-tarifario program, which is a waiver, a import tax waiver for a list of products that usually they're capital goods or in high-end technology products, and they can go down to zero in the import taxes. They can, the waiver can be a full waiver. Also, just recently, the government has lifted the requirement for a local representative in order for a company to be able to participate in public tenders. In the past, if a company wanted to bid on a government tender here in Brazil, they would have to have a local representative even to participate. So now that has been lifted, and the company can participate, and a local representative will be required only, down the road when a contract is going to be signed. Next slide, please. So here, a little more on ports in Brazil. So this is the map of the ports on the project on the ports project portfolio from the Ministry of Infrastructure. Those are all public ports, and they have concessions or even privatization in some cases that will be going public in the next couple of years. I know it is hard to see on this map, but I'm happy to share this information. If any of you are interested, I'll have my contact information at the end of the presentation. So we, as we mentioned, and some of that overview that I was mentioning earlier about the government of Brazil is that, especially the Ministry of Infrastructure, they have been very active in making sure their projects are really ready and attractive to foreign companies and foreign investors, and financially, and also in terms of being a good project and a feasible project. So they've been doing a great job, not only in the staff that is there today, they have been since, previous administration. So they have a history, they have the knowledge, they know what they're doing, and they've been pretty good about promoting those concessions and the opportunities in those concessions will bring. Next slide, please. Okay, thanks. So again, as I was mentioning, the government of Brazil, they've been doing a great job about showcasing those opportunities, and they're mostly in transportation, railways, airports, highways, and ports. And in ports specifically, we've been monitoring pretty close all the concessions as they will bring several opportunities for U.S. companies in terms of, supplying equipment, technologies. Some of those projects are greenfield, some are brownfield. So our job in country is really to monitor and keep a close relationship with the government, so we know and we keep track of what's going on and promote it through our Marine Tech Global team to our offices in the U.S., and so companies are aware of the opportunities that will be coming up. There's also the we call BR do Mar. It's an ocean highway project, which is in Congress right now being discussed. We hope to have a feedback and a publication of that as a law pretty soon. It's actually it brings an incentive package for internal shipping. Brazil has a huge coast and it's really underused. So there's a lot of potential for the cabotage and opening the market for, to increase supply and foster competition, lowering cost and just creating new routes. There are some points in the project that need some tweaking, and that's what they're doing right now. So hopefully by early calendar year 2021, we'll have some news on that, and we'll be also making sure to spread the word about it. The other major project the government of Brazil is working on right now in ports is the privatization of the Port of Santos, which is the largest in Latin America. That is scheduled. That's the estimate from the ministry, is that will be going public the first semester of 2022. And this will certainly generate a lot of opportunities for U.S. businesses. Next slide, please. And just this is my closing slide. I list here, there are over 60 major companies that are handling the port terminals. There are international companies. As you see here, we have Americans, we have Dutch, we have from Dubai, and they have big operations in Brazil. And those are the companies we are also dealing on a daily basis with, and trying to see what their needs are so we can convey that message. They are the consumers of a lot of the solutions and technology and equipment that the U.S. produces. So this is just to say we keep close contact with those potential buyers. And if you have any questions or any issues on the Brazilian market, feel free to contact to me. Again, I'll pass the word now to my colleague Teresa, who will present on water and wastewater. You can already put on the next slide, please. But my contact information is at the end of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, hello, thank you, Fabiola, for the introduction. I'm the commercial specialist for the environmental sector based in the U.S. Commercial Service in São Paulo, Brazil. And I will share with you some information about the water and wastewater sector, which is currently going through some changes, which are pretty important. To give you a current picture of the situation in Brazil, we can say that the water and sanitation sector is really underdeveloped. It has been overlooked for many, many years, and historically has received very low investments. So investments of $3 to $4 billion per year is really low for the needs of the country and the size of the population. We have 211 million people in Brazil, as Fabiola said, and 100 million people do not have access to sewage collections, whereas 35 million people are not served with water supply. So the situation is pretty critical, of course, and it has a lot of impacts, not only in health, of the population, and also pollution of major water bodies in the largest Brazilian cities, okay? I was also going to mention that our average water loss is also very, very high. It's 38.3%. Which is the average for the country. However, there are some states where that rate is over 50%. Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, in Brazil, the municipalities we have 5,500 municipalities, okay? And the municipalities are responsible for providing the water and sewage service to the population. However, they can, and they often contract either the state-owned companies and also private companies to actually to provide the service, to operate the utilities. The major players in Brazil that are the 27 state-owned companies, and they cover 74% of the market for with water distribution and 67% with sewage collection services. Of those 27 companies, only 3 are responsible for most of the investments. Okay, most of them are poorly managed and have no financial capacity. We also have the municipal companies and the private sector, which in 2018 held 6% of the total invested in the year. The private sector companies, they are increasing their participation in this market. Next slide, please. Okay, so the change that I mentioned, that the transformation that's going on in Brazil right now, is that we had a new, we have a law that was signed in the second half of 2020, which is Law 14026, which is the new legal framework for the water, wastewater, and solid waste management activities. The goal, the objectives of this legislation is really to change the picture that I just described, right? Increase coverage of water and sewage services, attract investments to the sector, okay? And to provide water and sewage service to 100% of the population by 2033. Next, please. All right, how are they gonna do that? Well, the legislation, they provide the legal and the regulatory security, for investors, right? They also increase competitiveness by making, mandating that the municipalities open competitive bidding processes when renewing contracts or contracting new operators. It also establishes a federal regulator for the sector, which is the National Water Agency, known as ANA. And ANA is going to be responsible for uniforming the standards and regulations for the sector. In addition, the municipalities are going to be able to form consortium in order to create the necessary scales to have the sewage and water services. Next slide, please. All right, So all of this, I mean, these changes and the goal, I mean, the universalization goal will require investments of $140 billion until 2033. And also the sector is expected to like be one of the leading sectors for the Brazilian economic recovery after the COVID, since each dollar invested in sanitation represents 76 cents invested in construction services, 13% in services, and 4 cents in equipment purchases. Next, please. Okay, so there's a lot of activities going on in Brazil right now, right? We have the National Bank for Economic and Social Development, which is a public bank structuring the concession models of a number of state-owned water companies. 3 concessions have already taken place in this past 2 months and were awarded to private companies. So these 3 companies are responsible now they have the long-term contracts for building, operating the water and wastewater plants. 6 additional auctions are going to take place in the first trimester of 2021. Next, please. So these challenges and changes in all those challenges and changes in the regulations are expected to bring a lot of opportunities for international funds, operators, construction companies that wish to participate in the upcoming bids, as technology suppliers, because the Brazilian industry, we do have an equipment, water and sewage treatment equipment manufacturer association here in Brazil. Some companies, however, they are too small to face all the upcoming demand that is going to be required. So it's a very interesting opportunity. Okay, thank you. Can you move the next slide, please? Okay, so this is just to give you an idea of some things that are going on. If you wish more information and more detailed information on the projects and also the situation in Brazil, you're welcome to call us. We'll be, very happy to speak to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Teresa. Yeah, and Fabiola, terrific overviews on your respective industry sectors. Our final country will be Portugal, so they have a separate presentation, if we could pull that up. And also a significant industry for both of these, or significant opportunities in both of these industries. So I will turn it over to Ana Vila, our specialist in Lisbon.
Hello. Okay, we are a very small country in Europe. We have a total area of 9.2 thousand square kilometers, a population of 10 million only, a high literacy rate of 97%. Our GDP is 218 billion with a growth rate of 2.7. I cover both sectors, environment and blue technologies. And I will start my presentation today. Portugal is small. We are more ocean than land. There are not many countries with a dedicated Ministry of the Sea, but for a country that is essentially one extended coastline, it highlights the huge political will there is in Portugal to take advantage of the country's ocean-facing geography. With a coastline of 1,175 kilometers, Portugal has around 40 ports, and the main ones are listed below. In continental Portugal and in the islands, there are 6 main ports in continental Portugal, and I will come back to the port of Sines towards the end of my presentation. And there are 2 main ports in the islands of the Azores and Madeira. In accordance with the EU proposed Mission Starfish 2030 to restore our ocean and waters, Portugal's National Ocean Strategy plans to create a chain of blue tech accelerators in the major Portuguese ports in order to create awareness to the ocean and accelerate a more sustainable economy. Next slide, please. Oh, it's next slide, please. I'm sorry. Okay. Portugal's extended coastline in the most western part of Europe has a goal to position itself as the European hub for maritime innovation. The Portuguese government is committed to protecting the ocean and its economy with the objective of doubling the size of blue economy to 5% of the gross domestic product by year-end 2020. Portugal's focus on the Atlantic consists of 3 territories: continental Portugal in the Iberian Peninsula with an EEZ of 328,000 square kilometers, and 2 autonomous territories, the Azores with an EEZ of 953,000 and Madeira with 446,000 square kilometers. It's a large territory for a population of 10 million. Portugal is committed to target policies that stimulate knowledge and sustainable exploitation of the oceans. The growth and potential in blue technologies is a fact. Therefore, Portugal is responsible for many sea-based research projects, the majority of which are sustained by EU funds. Portugal, next slide, please. Portugal has an ambitious national ocean strategy to be implemented until 2030. The strategy aims to promote a healthy ocean as a means to enhance the blue sustainable development while promoting the well-being of the Portuguese and make Portugal one of the leaders in ocean governance, supported by scientific knowledge. The Ministry of the Sea has defined 10 strategic objectives that cover the environment, geopolitics, social and economic sectors. Next slide, please. These strategic objectives are to be implemented through 13 intervention areas that are listed below. The objectives will be monitored and evaluated by the Director General of Maritime Policy, which is part of the Portuguese Ministry of the Sea. And you can learn more about the national strategy in the link through the slides that will be shared in the end. Next slide, please. The Portuguese Blue Tech Cluster is Fórum Oceano, and it was created in 2009. Its name was Oceano 21, Ocean 21, but changed its name in 2015 as a result of the incorporation of another association, Forum of the Sea Economy. Fórum Oceano is an active cluster that enhances the sea and the blue economy with an aim to strengthen Portugal's position in the global economy in a sustainable manner. It has over 120 members across all blue economy sectors and is very active in the promotion of blue circular economy. Its annual event is Business to Sea and celebrated its 10th edition this week. It just ended today. The event is organized in association with its members and the maritime community in general to address main challenges facing the sea economy until 2030. Fórum Oceano is an active member of the Blue Tech Cluster Alliance and was recognized as the best international partner of TMA during last year's Blue Tech Week event. Next slide, please. We also have a Blue Tech Accelerator. It was a pilot project and it was created in 2019. A joint initiative by the Ministry of the Sea and the Luso-American Development Foundation. The accelerator is part of the Ocean Portugal program and is powered by the Director General of Maritime Policy and Beta I, a collaborative innovation consultant. Behind the program, there are 6 Blue Tech pioneer companies that are the leaders in the market and are ready to partner up with startups to pilot groundbreaking solutions. This is the list of the 6 pioneers. Next slide, please. The description of each of the pioneers' companies is here in the slide. You can read at your own leisure. And if you want to learn more about the Blue Tech Accelerator projects, the site is also here, so it will be shared, like I said before. Next slide, please. There are many ports with expansion projects, but Smes is definitely the largest project we have ongoing. The Port of Sines is Portugal's largest deep water port. It handles 56% of the country's container shipments, about 2.1 million TEU per year capacity, and hosts the country's only LNG regasification terminal and 390,000 cubic meters total storage for LNG, which the latter LNG is operated by Portugal's grid, REN, Redes Energéticas Nacionais. Smes has received almost 20% of the US LNG arriving in continental Europe since it started operating in 2016. Last July, the Port of Singapore Authority and the Ministry of the Sea signed an MOU in which the parties agreed to sign in a future concession extension until 2049. This MOU includes the expansion of the berth and its handling equipment, the maintenance, replacement, and renovation of equipment already installed. The international tender for concession to build, own, and operate the new cargo terminal called Vasco da Gama was already launched. The project is valued at $711 million for a 50-year concession. The Portuguese government will provide $110 million. There is a formal bidding period which will end in April 2021. A winner will be picked up during the second half of next year, and the new terminal is supposed to be up and running by the end of 2022 or early 2023. You can learn more about the Port of Sines through their site, so you can ask me directly. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you, Tech Week, for inviting CS Portugal to present here. And thank you all for your attention. Please feel free to ask questions.
Thank you, Anna. Yes. Now's the question and answer portion. So, so feel free to raise your hand or unmute yourself or put a question in the chat. And in the meantime, I will ask for each of you maybe to have a response as to what would be one piece of advice you would give someone either starting out or advancing their exports in your country. So starting with Stefan, maybe, if you might have just a quick answer of something that might come to mind that you see often.
Oh, yes, hi. I hope, again, everybody can hear me. So I will have to go with a little bit of a joke because of the experience in the past contacts with many US companies. It happens that companies which were not really, I don't know, having much developed export activity on different countries and overseas, happen to consider that Canada is just around the corner. I had in the past many situations when asking the company, do you export somewhere? Oh, no, we're selling here in our state, across the United States. We're selling a little bit in British Columbia and Calgary also, so which would be Canada. So Canada is still another country. So that's why I'm pointing out that, first of all, to be aware that it's an export, and for whatever information you need or you think that you are not sure to know, please just make a phone call either to the local US Commercial Service contact. There is an office in every state in the United States, at least one, or directly to our offices at the US Mission in Canada. I don't know if anybody gets it.
Thank you. Yeah, yes, we heard you. Yeah. If anyone else has an answer to that.
Hi, Teresa here. What I was going to mention is that I guess if you want to do business in Brazil, something that you have to consider is perhaps the cultural difference. I guess the companies, they have to understand that they need to invest some time, they need to probably come to Brazil, they need to have some meetings before they actually, sign up for anything. Being a Latin country, I guess personal relations are very important. And it takes time to build confidence and to build a relationship, even a commercial one. So I guess that's what I was going to mention about doing business with Brazilian companies.
As for Portugal, the USA is Portugal's oldest trading partner. So it's really easy to do business in Portugal. We usually advise if you're coming in, you just want to export products, it's easier to come with and select a local distributor, a local company. Language is normally not a barrier because most Portuguese do speak English in companies. And for public tenders, it's very much like Brazil. Any American company or any foreign company can bid on the tender. So I think it's made easy to do business with Portugal.
Terrific. Thank you. And Michael Jones, over to you. You have a question.
Yeah, I was going to go back a little bit higher. I mean, you gave some great presentations on specific markets, but maybe, Marianne, you can give a sense to the audience of how broad the marine tech team is, and maybe some idea of how many companies you've worked with. And Ryan, the same for you. Obviously, you've got environmental, so it's broader. But if you look at water, wastewater, I think it'd be interesting to say, in total, what's the global team? Is it 10 people or 50 people? And how many companies do you think how do you measure success? How many companies have you helped in an annual basis or over some period of time?
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and start. So for the marine technology team, it is a smaller team, and because we've seen so much growth over the years, like it was a smaller number of companies that we were helping. And in total, between the US and our overseas offices in coastal countries, we have about 100 team members on our marine technology team. And yeah, our number of clients are increasing every year. So we had, yeah, I mean, thankfully we've had that, the MDCP grant, which really highlighted our industry for our agency. That really did make it a priority sector. So it's put us on the map to really engage in more events overseas and domestically, and prioritize that outreach. So really, finding new clients, that's a success. Reaching out to them, letting them become more aware of us and our resource to help them expand. That's a success. And certainly if there's a deal and a new distributor that's made thanks to our introductions through our colleagues overseas, that's a significant win for us as well. So it's a mix of things like that, really broadening our view in front of in front of the industry, becoming a reliable partner and expanding our partnerships through TMA Blue Tech and other associations. So Ryan, if you want to add from your perspective.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the bottom line importance is we do have someone in virtually every market overseas that follows environmental technologies in some way, shape, or form. I think we have about 220 team members, and that includes both the domestic as well as the international. Number of clients, we typically on an average year will serve about 2,000 US exporters in the environmental technology space. And the most recent number I have for not the fiscal year that just ended about a month ago, but the year prior, we added just under 200 new clients to our list of clients assisted. So I agree with Marianne. I think for us, that's a huge success when we start to touch new companies, whether they be new to exporting or simply new to working with us. That's an important metric, and a goal for us is to continue to expand the list of companies whom we are serving. And I would mention too, I'm sure this is the case with our other industry teams as well. It's not just Department of Commerce. We have very good partnerships across the U.S. government interagency, including our State Department colleagues who cover commercial issues in markets where we as the commercial service don't have a presence. Or if it's things like trade finance, for example, we have close partnerships with the Ex-Im Bank, overseas investment. There's the International Development Finance Corporation, DFC. So not simply a resource for you only representing Department of Commerce, but we want our companies to view us as really a conduit into the whole of the U.S. government interagency.
Yeah, I'm unfortunately going to have to play the bad guy and bring this wonderful discussion to an end. But I want to just say that working with the commercial service has been a real joy. The quality of the people we've worked with, the dedication of the people we work with in the United States and internationally. For anybody that thinks that the government doesn't provide value, I know that we would put our hand up and say that's not the case. You guys have been absolutely amazing to work with. And obviously our relationship with the Marine Tech team, since we to some extent helped start it back in 2010, has been a little more intense. But Ryan, over the last couple of years, as we've increasingly focused on water and wastewater, you know, the relationship we've built with you has been fabulous. I just want to say on behalf of all the companies and in any of the U.S. clusters, water and ocean tech, really a huge thank you to all of you for the work you do. We really respect it. We talk about it. We talk to our congressman about it. I mean, anybody we can talk to about the work and the relationships, we obviously try and do. And I would be remiss if I didn't, you know, since we're coming to the end and we have to leave to go on to a San Diego Blue Tech discussion, which isn't on the same platform, and Melissa already went off. But I would be remiss if I didn't say thank you to my team, TMA Blue Tech. And I know Aaron and many of you have said this. It's an amazing thing to put on. It's hard to do when you're physical. It's very hard to do virtual. I mean, we're doing this for the first time, and you know, here and there have been little glitches. Of course, none were our fault, but other people I know. But I must say that for Tamara and Ashara, for Tak, and for Melissa, you guys have been absolute heroes. You know, I think this has been, certainly from a quality point of view, it's hard to say. Every year I feel like it's getting better and better, but I think it's been an amazing week. And I want to say that we were thrilled and honored to have so many people from the commercial service. Being virtual allowed us to have a lot more. And the relationships that we've been building don't just, again, help us in San Diego or help TMA Blue Tech. They help all of us nationally and internationally. So thank you very much for this and for the work that you have done. Marianne, you, Ryan, you, and all of your colleagues. We really, really appreciate it. So I'm going to call this panel to a close. I apologize. Great discussion. Thank you for all the work and for the information.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah,
right.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. Look forward to talking to you again soon.
Bye.
Goodbye. Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks.